All night long, yeah. We dance with our razor tongues and all day long, yeah. We reset under burning sun, catching the waves, inhale, exhale, reminiscing the bygone time. After we cry, days flying by, flying by. Love on delay, push play, let it roll and take you away. Love for a day, replay. We don't care about what they say, and I go on, nah, nah. And you go on, nah, nah. No love on a holiday. No love on a holiday.
My mic wasn't on. Well, you know, this is what happens when you don't do things for a couple days. Let me turn my music down a little bit. So I'm going to show you guys in a second. Trying this new tablet thingy out. There we go. I don't know. Let me know if the music's too loud. I'm playing around with the Stream Deck tablet version, and I started on it last week.
Welcome.
And it was quite a disaster. And now I've kind of figured some things out, and yeah, I think we got some answers. So, but I'm still working out. So you guys throw me in some, let me know about the music. I'm going to kind of play around with it, let that run for a minute as I try to tweak it out. And then I'll kind of plop over a different angle, kind of show you what I'm doing, get your feedback on all that. And of course, I got to bring in John and see how he's doing. Real quick. Oh boy, we got the crew in here. And thank you, Cashew. Cashew was dropping me a little bit of a warning. Hey, there's a troll group roaming, and what do they call it? It's not raving. They're wilding. So the trolls are out wilding tonight, turning over live stream cars, burning them down. So we're gonna take it easy on that. Keep our eyes out. Appreciate that. Marlene, she's set. She's ready to go. She's got her tea in hand and she's ready to blow. She's ready to go. That's awesome. It's Tuesday. I'm going to get into it, get on it. I don't think we're going to wait around too much longer. Let's see. I'll let a couple of people pop in. I see Consistent Ash is here. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Did check out Ash's green screen video just recently. That was interesting to learn some things about color chromes. That was pretty cool. I need to try to utilize more of that, but I'm so overwhelmed with the stupid stuff I'm trying to do in my head. I don't think that's probably a good idea. So let's bring in John. We'll kind of get our feet in here. We'll get everybody going, put a little DEET on, and see if we can make it through this stream. So here we go. Oh, there we go. Bring John.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, John, how you doing, man?
Singing.
I got it. Okay. All right. I got some weird stuff happening because I've put myself in a different spot on here. Hang on a second. I'm going to move you. I'm going to move you right over here onto this monitor.
The trolls are out now.
Don't go anywhere. I'm going to move me over here.
Not ready. I got in the matter of 1 hour, I got 3 dislikes on my new video.
Oh, really? You got hit?
Oh, yeah, already.
What is it with you? You seem to have made some friends in that group.
Yeah, screw them. Bring them on. And then they went and something like I had like one more like on like a bunch of my lives, and now like there's one less on every one.
Yeah, you think that's
Like-
trolls, or you think that's just YouTube? YouTube's doing some weird stuff lately. Where like I'll go on and there's a like missing, there's a like there. I don't know. I just like it could be trolls, it could be people that are angry.
My new video got 12 views in 1 hour today,
Okay.
and then all of a sudden there's 3 dislikes. So
Oh, all right. Well,
it's kind of weird.
that's very weird. That seemed very trollish to me. We got our people in early in the week here. We got some people in. I saw, with Cashew, you saw that was going on. I see that, of course, Marlene's here. Thank goodness. Consistent dropped in, which is always nice.
Yeah, well, you saw the big message over at Twitch, right? This past week. Did you not, or did you?
What's the message on Twitch?
Oh, the troll groups were going rancid like nuts over there.
And were they?
Tearing up all Twitch.
I'm telling you, they're wilding. They're wilding out there. They're going crazy. They're in the parks going nuts. I don't know what to make of it. I see mommy's around. She's Mommy Lala's making the rounds. I did jump in today. I was trying to get caught up. I did jump in with her and Giga Art had done a video together recently. That was very cool to see them both together. Talk about a tornado of fun energy. Looks like Mikey's in the house. Looks like the trolls have not turned him over, done anything, tickled him or anything. In case you're missing that, Mike, we were just talking about the troll groups that are making the rounds, going crazy apparently. So we may get that. If we get that, let's just let's bring them in, offer some tea, rub their bellies, make them feel at home.
I just watched that new troll movie, by the way.
Did you really? How was it? For an adult your age.
It's kind of fun because there's a lot of music in it, so it's like you can relate to. And then what was funny is like one of the Brass Monkey Beastie Boys song came on, and I'm a Beastie Boys fan. And so then all of a sudden my son's like, oh, it's Brass Monkey. And he starts going,
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
So
yeah. At least you have an excuse. Like you have a young son to watch and kind of get into that. If I sit up there and watch that by myself, I kind of start doubting myself. But sometimes I've done that. I'll go like, oh, like there's some classics like the Incredibles are still one of my favorite movies, and I still like to dip into that original one. It's kind of fun, even by myself.
Mr. Incredible. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. Brian Paul, how you doing? You like the blue? I'm going to explain that actually, and it's fun that you picked that out. I explained to John. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm going to go bold here, and I'll just give you a quick insight. I started painting, and I don't know if you can tell, but if you look, I'm going to try to do this. This little edge right here, I can't do it.
Yeah, you were right on it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
It's just weird. It's the other way around. Anyway, that's where the light is cutting off on the old paint. So that shows you how drastic that difference of changing that paint is on this room already. I'll brighten it up. See that?
You
see
can
that line?
clearly see like the absorption, and then you could see the reflection.
Yeah, now that
gray.
Yeah, that shadow up here you're seeing on the circle is that's that symbol that's getting caught up underneath on the light. So that's a shadow. But this line over here, I purposely did it at an angle so it would be easier to see. And it's just really amazing how much, and then back behind me, just past this light, it kind of angles out, and then you can kind of see it, but there's less light back there.
Oh, I could see it clearly.
Yeah, isn't that amazing how drastic that is? And of course, you can see in the corner of this room and at the tops where I have not trimmed in, that's the old paint.
Yeah.
So I think it's very clear that I made the right decision.
Oh, yeah.
And that is the same, if anybody's asking, that's the same paint that John used. I tried to discount him and his brilliant
my wife,
Danielle, but I couldn't. I ended up going with the stone, not Stonehenge. What is it called? Stone something gray. And Stonington gray. And I love it. And right now, just this one coat, and it covers very well, by the way. So yeah, I'm glad you said something. Like I changed I couldn't believe the color tonality of the change. Isn't that shocking?
Yeah, that's why I try, and that's why I still want to do a video on it.
Yeah,
but it's like it's the same scenario. Like people don't realize how much that can help you out, because now you could just take any color and just bounce it off everywhere, and it looks great.
Yeah, I would have to I would almost have to outguess it. If I was to put like an orange on here or a yellow or something, that more, look at that. Yeah. That more orangey color makes it brown because, it's a spectrum. It just screws with it. And so you could only use a couple colors. And so it's so different to be able to use it. You can see the difference already. It's just to see. Yeah, right. You can see it, to see it in practice. I purposely didn't want to go too far. I wanted to leave something in the shot and see how dramatic it was, but I was actually quite shocked at how dramatic it was on my own end. So, Mikey, I want them to pay me money and then they control me all they want. Yeah.
Just all night long.
Yeah, that's all right. We got to go. That's our show.
That's it.
Good night, everybody.
Control me all night.
Tip your waiters and waitresses. Yeah, great show. Yes, blue backgrounds look awesome. Yeah, I mean, I really have stayed away from this color blue. I've done some purples and some other because the orangish kind of yellow in my wall just kind of made it look really awful. Oh, is this Yolanda?
That is
the creative lady.
Word them up.
So good to see you. Thank you on a Tuesday to see you.
I caught her just a little while ago. Besides, I just missed Ash on Dean Nimmons live stream on Saturday or Sunday. So I was watching and I was just doing some work at the same time. And then I came in really quick and I saw Yolanda on her stream and she just got the new Mac Mini. And she was like cursing it out. She's like, I didn't know I needed all these adapters. You have to get like a monitor. And then it's like, if you want to add another monitor, you have to get a dongle to an HDMI. And it's like, yep.
Yeah, there are.
Not saying it's bad, but it's not as easy as some other thing.
And what I don't like, look, that's the thing about most of the stuff that kind of gnaws at me. It isn't bad. What I don't like is when people walk in and are like, hey, the Mini Mac or the Mac it walks on water. Right. Well, at least put that in context and be honest about some of the other things that you have to deal with. I don't like that. It just kind of drives me nuts.
Well, no.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's like, listen, there's no gamer buying a Mac Mini, you know what I mean? So it's not like PCs are going under, and then it's like, that the GPU in that Mac Mini is an issue to some levels, and otherwise it pretty much gobbles up everything workhorse related, like editing and stuff. But it's not a gaming, it's not meant for. It's great for what it is, and it's good for the price.
I mean, it's certainly. There's pros and cons to it. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. And I agree with it.
Buy one next week.
Man, that's cool. Can't wait. Dimebag Darren says, "Yo, bros, it's good to see you, man." I thought of Dimebag because as I'm messing around, I'm going to kind of do a little shot on this Stream Deck tablet where I'm at with it. It's not a finished product, but I thought I'd show people where I'm at. I believe he uses the Stream Control or something, that version.
Right.
And so that is something that I do want to check out in comparison against this, because I think that's probably the closest I could find to it. The Touch Portal, yes. But I have to say, the more I've played around with the setups of multiple, I'll get into that. Never mind. I'll get into that in a minute.
I could start,
Brian.
Start like one of those things if you want. What are those things like when you try to raise money?
A Kickstarter?
GoFundMe?
Well, Kickstarter, yeah, GoFundMe is fine. Yeah, sure.
Start like for
what?
Stream Decks for you guys?
Yeah, where's your Stream Deck, by the way? Where's your $100 Stream Deck?
It's all right. It's right here. I got it right here.
Is it right there? Can I see it? Can you show me? Can you pan down?
We're hooked up today.
You didn't hook up all your cameras today?
What?
Well, one day that sucks. The one day. The one day you didn't. I saw it. I saw that 32 key there. That 32 key 100 that you got. Oh, there it is. No, that ain't it.
It's good. This is like $100 everywhere. Facebook Marketplace.
That is how many keys?
It's a 15.
It's not 32. Like
I didn't get my 32. I like how my mouth is just like in the corner up here. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like it's just kind of like I don't like that. Don't do that. No, don't do that. I don't like it. So just to kind of recap, everybody, Brian, I believe, was one, and John. We all ordered those amazing $100 deals of 32 key Stream Decks last week that turned out to be a scam on Amazon.
So I'm going to get my money back, just not till the 27th.
Okay. Yeah, I look, I'm a fan. Like if you can do anything as well cheap and it's not really taking away really much of your like productivity or interference or friction, I'm with you. I always start with that. Like, what's the cheapest I can go before I go, this is not working in my chain. Yeah. I think that's a great way to start on everything.
Photo shoot. One more time.
Okay, ready? Go.
Okay, perfect.
I was going to do the.
I got you. Don't worry.
Okay, I got get me? Is that going in the magazines? Because my agent didn't get
the magazine. I don't know. I can't give you the name of them on air.
Go thumb me. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna get caught up here real quick. What's this? I don't understand. What is this? Is a cardboard. Don't know what that is.
That's gonna be my stream deck. It's gonna be a cardboard.
Oh, it's a brick wrapped in a cardboard with a fun note. Brian was one of these as well. He says, I think I need to wait a few more days. Oh, he's holding out hope.
Well, I got the email and it said if it doesn't come by the 27th, then I can ask for my refund.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go then.
Yep. It's not.
I mean, it was worth a try. There was no risk to wait. And if your wife was not unhappy with you,
she was anyways.
What is it? I don't know. What's corner mouth? What does that mean?
That was my mouth was like sticking out the corner of the side view in here. So I had to
yeah. Okay, so is that your new name?
Corner mouth.
Corner mouth?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not big mouth. It's corner mouth. Got it. Okay.
Corner mouth.
By the way, Dimebag said he was looking at the Samson CO2 or QO2. Is it the CO2 mic?
There is a CO2.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah.
Why did I get the QO2 in my head for some reason? Have you actually played with that mic?
I have not. I could be wrong, but is that the one that's XLR and USB also?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm pretty sure it is too.
Yeah. They seem to be into that now. So yeah. All right. Well, you know what? Your mom says we're cracker. Now she spelled crack with a C. I mean, it would have been, you should use K for crack. That would be cool. Let's see here.
Oh, it might be a pencil. It might be a pencil microphone.
Oh, okay. So it's not what I'm thinking about then. Yeah. Yeah. For the money, for sure. You're not going to lose anything. Oh, look at Dr. Elo. How you doing? Hola, doctor.
ZV Elo.
Oh, really? ZV Elo, huh?
ZV Elo.
He's enjoying that little number.
I want to see if B&H has the ZV E10 in stock, and they do not. I was going to walk there and take a look.
If I do this, I gotta tell you, is anybody else getting just absolutely ravaged by mosquitoes? Is that just that's not just here, right? Because it's been like mosquito hell here for like
I think we got about 8 inches of rain in the last 2 days.
Yeah, we got hammered too.
We got hammered here, and thank God I didn't have to worry about anything. But there's some areas in South Jersey super flooded.
Yeah, we got a lot of water here, and it just opened up mosquito, and you can't even go do anything outside. You come in, you look like you have chicken pox. It's ridiculous. And then to add things today, because I'm just gonna throw it out there. I did have about a 2-hour dental appointment this afternoon, and my face is finally de-thawed.
Nice.
I hate that feeling. And it was actually they got so deep that it was up like by my eye, the numbness. And I'm like, let's just start. No, you don't make fun of my dentistry. No, don't do that. I just hate that. I just hate that so much. And I'm glad. I think we needed some comic relief on that. It was cool. But yeah, so then I came home and I'm like, I kind of laid down for like a half hour because I was so stressed out over it and like wore me out. And then they found an extra thing they had to work on. It's like going to the car mechanic. It's like, I know
you weren't supposed to go that way. It was only through the mouth. Wow. Why are we doing this? Oh my God. I'll give you 20 minutes to stop. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. You stop. Never mind. Sorry.
You got some more to say, John?
Listen, I want to make an appointment for next week again for the same thing, please. 30-minute thing each week. Every week.
You done? You done? Was that your alien probe dentistry that you're? What is this? What is this?
Yeah, that hurt. Oh God, I'll be back next week.
Wow, this is a new side of you, John. This is a new side of you. I like it though. It's It's a little terrifying, but I like it.
The lack of sleep side.
And freaks stuff out of you. So anyway, that was John. And did you say Scene? And Scene. And then that was your alien probe dentistry scene that you had done for the movie on Hallmark Channel. The Christmas Hallmark alien visit.
My wife loves the Hallmark Channel. I think.
Well, does she remember that one where the alien came down Christmas Eve and
I remember that one.
That was a good one. I just thought it was amazing.
Todd knows everything Christmas. So,
oh, hey Todd, how you? I think you got the trees. Oh my God, it's September. I saw like a week ago, and I'll get to my stuff in a second. But I'm just enjoying chatting with you, John. But Todd, I saw a week ago. I go into the grocery store and it's seasonal, and I see all these pumpkin things already out in front of the grocery store, and I'm like, it's August 18th, but okay.
That was my nickname in high school.
August 18th.
Pumpkin thing. Yeah, it all started, and I wore that construction orange shirt.
Is this? Oh, it wasn't Charlie Brown, huh? You could be Charlie Brown now. You go wear an orange shirt and draw that little squiggly hair on his head.
300-pound guys.
You would be the biggest Charlie Brown ever, man.
300-pound guys are not supposed to wear big orange shirts. Right.
Pumpkin thing.
Hey, what's up, pumpkin thing? Yo, what's up? That's me. Pumpkin thing.
Oh my God, that is so. What kind of bread? Who are you hanging around with? Oh my God, they literally were trolling you when you were like a young kid.
You're with Pumpkin Thing? Oh, cool.
Come on in.
Come on in.
Come on in. You're with Pumpkin Thing.
He's awesome. We love Pumpkin Thing.
Pumpkin Thing. He's a hero. Oh my God. Yeah, John, I love it. I love John's humor.
You know what's really weird is that usually I'm really funny, honestly. And it's like, it's just been like so busy this year. It's like nonstop from January. And eventually, like, you guys are going to be like, who the hell is this guy when my stress alleviates and I can really just have some fun? Yeah. But the problem is that I just like to have fun. And then we don't talk about anything we're supposed to be talking about.
No, we were supposed to be already into my tablet thing. I want to show everybody before they leave. And they go, yeah, I stepped in, and they all leave my channel
for everything. Just because.
By the way, I thank you everybody for stepping in. It's really sweet of you. And I'm trying to get a little more proactive, and I appreciate that. And yeah, it's just
do your hair, for God's sakes. That would be proactive.
Do what?
Do your hair before you come on.
What's wrong with my hair?
No, it looks good. It looks like you styled a little different today.
I did. Yeah.
Don't be down on it. I think it looks good.
I put some shit in it.
Oh, it looks good. Looks good.
Oh well. Now I'm self-conscious of it.
Looks good. No.
You're booing me? You're booing me?
Looks good. Don't worry.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about these guys booing me.
Looks good. Don't worry.
I don't like this. This is like someone who goes, yes, I want to go. Yes, I want to do this. I don't like it.
Looks good.
looks awesome. Keep it up.
Looks fantastic.
Best ever. It is dentist hair. I kind of had dentist hair. Yeah.
Dentist hair.
You do get dentist hair. Like, you go there and they got their elbows on you and you're like, and they're just like grinding in there. It's just, what the hell, man? Yeah.
I don't get dentist chair hair.
Dentist hair.
I don't get that.
This dentist chair hair, pumpkin thing. I want to see this. Pumpkin thing. From now on,
PT
will be known as. See, now you did it. Now you kind of trolled yourself.
I just made that up out of the blue.
Did you?
I
could see it though. You'll be terrifying as Pumpkin Thing.
Oh my God!
You should seriously do like a scary, like a multiverse. No, a multiverse Peanuts. We could have like Scary Linus, Scary Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
That would be actually
for
really,
Halloween. I'm gonna get
Halloween
a cone with the eyes cut out, like the guy from Fat Albert, and then I'm gonna go and put an orange shirt on, and it's gonna say Pumpkin Thing on it.
Yeah, love it.
That's my outfit.
I mean, I kind of still like dig the Charlie Brown thing, but okay, I guess you can go with Pumpkin Thing. It's fine.
Yeah,
I don't care. This is kind of funny. Jeff, how is the gangster? Yeah, it's kind of, my mic is at this gangster, the gangster shot. It's the kill shot, right? I like it. Now, the reason I did it was because I started doing this thing where I talk down my desk rather than over the top. Like John's more direct on, which is cool, but for some reason I never vibed on that. And then I realized with my mics and my sibilance, just put your hands, and that it was better to come at the side of my mouth. Now I can't. I'm picturing you the purple. I mean, orange shirt on. Thank you, Brian. That's my answer. That's what I meant to say. Thank you for.
What the hell are we doing tonight?
I don't know. We are out in the weeds, man. We are in pumpkin.
It was funny. I watched the stream with Brian and you and me the other week, and because that was like I didn't have any time to really watch it, so I was watching it today a little bit, and I was like, that was fun. It was pretty good, and we all sounded good, and then it was kind of like I thought it was a great time last week, and that was so much fun. And Brian was such a great. As always, he's a great guest, and I was glad to have him in. And he was kind of co-hosting when you left, but I couldn't believe how good you sounded from Beirut. Yeah, I was surprised too. I think it sounded good.
Really, everybody was sounding good. That was just a great proof positive. Yes, Yolanda, I gotta tell you, they get really intimate. And today, when they were done, I asked them where I should send the flowers and candy, because I just feel like we've moved to the next step as dentist patient. And
I was the dentist so much one year that I was like expecting him to show up in his Mercedes. It was going to say Mr. Ryan on his license plate.
I'm just worried someone's going to say 9 months from now, this is your son. That was really an intense dental appointment.
Really?
No, there was a weird thing because the thing was way in the back, and I don't.
Any leakage?
What? I don't even. What does that mean? I don't
know.
I don't know.
Sometimes you get leakage. The old cavities. I don't know.
I've never heard anybody talk about dental leakage. What happened here? What happened? We may have to start over.
I'm not your father. Rewind. Let's rewind this whole show.
Yeah. And scene. You are not the father, Jeffrey. You are not the father.
God.
Zoom, zoom.
I think we're gonna start a different channel after this week.
Okay. We're gonna hide. You're gonna
nothing different.
The $13 mic wasn't. I have to say the $13 mic and the 4. I think you had like 4 megabyte upload. I still can't believe you even got a picture out of that. So, yeah, I gotta say, Steve, couple. Yeah. I know I was really tired. Didn't want to talk to anybody.
I don't know if Steve just took a picture for his avatar right now after he heard our joke.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
No.
Look at his avatar though. I like it.
I love it.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is he like? I don't know. What do you think he's saying? What do you think he was thinking when he did this?
He's like, he came onto our stream and he's like, these guys think this is good.
They think they're so good. Yeah, something like that. We should do that. We should go through and kind of pull up everybody's avatars and go, what do you think they were thinking when they took this photo? What were they thinking? Like kind of like an avatar. What do they call them? An avatar, not a review, but what do you do when you watch the trailer and you do the watch party? What's it called? It's not a review.
Oh, it's
let's just sit here quiet and think about it.
I don't know. My avatar would be savoir faire is everywhere.
I agree with Brian. I think you should stay sleep deprived more often because
good.
Now I've run into John like this when he's not stressed in different modes. And I know this is a big part of who he is and why we get along, because it's just that I always want to be like this, where John's like, shut up. I'm too tired.
That's not true.
Just shut up, you little ginger. Shut up. You can't squat as much as I can. Okay, fine.
See my old pictures, right? Jesus.
Yeah. So I don't know if anybody was flipping through Facebook and saw John's photos of him squatting about 4.5 million pounds. I think he was at 535 or something like that. And
that picture was 590. The most I've ever done.
590.
601.
I've never seen so many people spot a squatter in my life.
Yeah, it's not really in perspective of a powerlifter. It's not a tremendous amount, but it is for an average person. It is
for a guy who's never squatted probably more than 200. That's great. And then I proceeded to tell you that I walked down 2 bags of
I saw
salt pellets today because they're 40 pounds a piece. And I thought that was pretty impressive.
Well, listen, it's impressive for 52.
I didn't see. I think Cashew was talking about my what face. Yeah, here's the thing.
What?
Cashew, we'll catch it on replay and pull that out. So here's the thing. By the way, for all you peeps that are here, I was wrong. Last week was John's was 29th show. This is our 30th show tonight.
So
we're at 30.
Show.
Our 30th.
So we've done 15 on mine and 15 on yours.
Yep.
Feels like more.
I don't know if that's the right thing to say. No, it feels like nothing, Jeff. It's been a sweet ride like that.
Wow. It feels like
I should have got you something. But
should have. It's true.
It's true.
No, it feels like just more. I think it's just because of learning the 3 softwares. I think like jumping in the StreamYard, then like diving more into OBS and
wait a minute,
into vMix.
Or John, it could have been like, I don't know, you do a 2-3 hour stream and then you're like, yeah, let's talk for another 3 hours afterwards, or let's talk on the weekend for 3 hours. Like we've done a lot of like other testing and things. So I think we've spent a lot of time together.
Yeah.
And we have yet to file paperwork for divorce. So that's cool. No, it's been a good ride. It's been a great ride, man. I really appreciate it. And I was sitting here thinking how much I've learned and how fun this has been. But yeah, 30. Yeah. Twice a week. 30. I would do the math, but it would just embarrass me. We're going on 4 months.
Let's get a cheer for that. 30 tonight.
Yeah, I remember the Jerky Boys. The Jerky Boys episode. The Dennis one. I don't remember that.
No, first they came out with the tapes. Like they were just on like, I think it was cassette tapes back then. And then they had like the show. But yeah, I absolutely remember the Jerky Boys. You kidding me?
Of course you do.
Oh yeah. Like some of my favorite stuff was like,
yep.
Ow! I pumped my sneakers up and they hurt my ankles so bad. Ow!
Because this needs to be seen in full form.
Then he goes, Saul Rosenberg, right? Hi, my name is Saul Rosenberg. How do I spell that? S-O. Yep. And then the guy from Long Island, remember, he wanted to be the mechanic. You want me to bring my tool set? What's your bench work? How much you bench? About 425. Then he wants them to be a car salesman. He's like, hey, you buy this car and I'll grab you by the neck and smash your face into the bumper. You'll buy this. That's without all the swears, though. That's what he said. That's like,
I just love that you went down this whole episode. And then I'm surprised you didn't even do the commercials with it. That's great.
What, you jerking me around, pal? You buy this car.
Yeah, it was fun stuff. I remember that.
Chisel chest.
Seems like for everybody. What's this right here? Wait.
Oh, that was so good.
I'm going to start my tablet thing in a second because you're just taking over my show. We're flipping out all the funny parts of the social media. Correct. Oh, flipping out all the funny. What does he mean? Flipping out. What does that mean?
I don't know. I think he's trying to keep
flipping out. Brian, it's too early to be drinking. We'll club a steal and make a better deal.
Right.
That's so great. Oh my God. Well, here's the thing. So
now we're gonna be
I don't know, man. Chris, I want to just do this all night, but I should at least, for the people that are here that can't stay too long, I should at least pretend like I put a show together real quick. Yeah. And so I'm not going to waste a lot of time on it because it's still a work in progress.
Okay.
You know what? I'll be honest with you, Marlene. I agree with you. John and I, though, we've always talked about it, leaning into the fun that we have. So I think we'll keep doing more and more of that for sure. It comes naturally, of course. Thank you, by the way. Clipping. Oh, okay. We're clipping all the funny parts of social media. Correct.
Yes. Right.
Yes. Of course we are. So I don't know if this will work because every time I set up a tech for live, it goes in the dumper. But as last week I had mentioned to everybody, I wanted a Stream Deck, but I didn't get one. There, I'm going to show that.
There you go.
And I know you're not laughing at me.
I just love it because I know inside you're going, son of a, I know you're swearing to yourself. That's why I'm laughing.
You know what I'm doing. That's what 30 streams will do. You know exactly what's going on in here. This is not representative of what's going on in my brain, which is very unhappy. But anyway, it was kind of funny. So anyway, John and Brian and I and a bunch of other people got scammed on the $100 Stream XLR, and I wanted it so bad, and then I couldn't get it because it turned out to be a scam, and they were waiting around to see if the brick arrived, which it has not yet, by the way. Right. And I got out of that mess right away. I called Amazon. I'm like, just get me out of this. This is going to end poorly anyway, and you're going to give me my money, so let's just do it. Plus, it's my wife's credit card. And so I felt bad, so I decided to get my Stream mobile app, which I had been paying for $2 a month, and finally use it. So I grabbed a tablet and started to put together. Long story short, it kind of worked, kind of didn't. And that's one of those things where you have to kind of feel it out because you're going over Wi-Fi as opposed to that direct cable, which is a little bit more secure. Not heard of people going, oh, I turned back on my laptop and the Stream Deck's not connecting. That's with Wi-Fi, as we all know. And I've got 2 routers in the house and all those other things going on, so it gets wonky. Anyway, I thought I'd do a quick tour. If anybody cares at this point, after crazy pumpkins and weightlifting and dentistry, the only thing we haven't gotten to yet are llamas, but that's okay. We will get to llamas shortly.
Oh, thank you.
So here's the deal. I'm going to walk through this real quick and kind of give you my tour and a quick thoughts on it. And then every so often on my streams, I'll just kind of update where I'm at. But I have some final thoughts on this to let you know. So I'm going to try to get this to work on the second camera. So here we go. So I'm going to take you away, John. So this is the tablet. Hey, there I am in the background. Like I've never been online before. So my tablet, this is kind of my home page, which long term, I will change this, of course, but I'm just kind of playing with concepts. So obviously we've got things, and if I bump you off, I'll bring you back. We've got a start screen, which of course was this, my end screen, which will be this, and we're back to the tablet view. So I think you're all the way in here. What do I got here? I got a countdown timer. I got my Wave XLR app. Which you'll need. I know my finger's in the way. I've got some apps we'll get into, files, web, and my DaVinci board I've started. So just kind of give you the quick run through why I like this so much. And I still do want a hardwired, what do you call it? A hardwired Stream Deck someday. For a couple dollars a month, I really like this. So let's walk through it real quick. I got my full zoom camera on, and then, no zoom, and then my zoom. So here's my zoom. I'll just put it up there. And then here's my normal camera view. I like, this is easy. And I like, again, just like the audio, John, I really like the ability to reach out and do this and not mess around like I've been doing with OBS and vMix through tabbing out. I don't really enjoy that so much. Right. This ability to get in here, and I will give you this, which, that's why I moved my, let me move this out. That's why that didn't go there. Okay, let's move it out to this monitor. And I apologize. I couldn't remember why I didn't move it to that desktop, and you were getting the Inception view. And then see, I got the just desktop view without this tablet. So I'm going to bring up, I'll bring this back down. This, of course, is the Wavelink. And just to give you an idea, so I've got the Wavelink plugin in here, and you can see, I think you can see, maybe I moved this tablet.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. This is their plugin. And so this would be my headset, and I can bring that down. John, this would be I can see, this is what my monitor is right here, and I can switch over and hear what you are all hearing in the stream. And then, of course, I control your volume up and down. And then what we love, of course, are these channels right here, these submixes. And music, for example, for me is real important. And of course, they have a music submix on the board here. And you can see just by holding these down, I can control these submixes really simple, where I can mute them, for you or for my headset, which is kind of nice. So now every one of these channels on this Wave I can do that for, whether it be the browser, the music, if you have Spotify up, it doesn't really matter. You can granularly get at these things, which I really enjoy. So is it as good as having faders? No. But it at least gives me some external way of getting at them. I kind of like that. It's not bad. And the more I've played with it this week, the more, it's quicker. So I just want to show you, I had an issue, and for anybody who's using the Stream Deck mobile app, it will disconnect on you every so often. And I was finding having to restart things and do this, but actually it remembers your IP. And that was the other thing, is I have this connected to 2 different computers. I have a main computer down here and I have a satellite computer upstairs. So there is a configure button here, and I'm trying to grab it over here, and you can see the 2 IPs. And if it's check marked, but if this disconnects, I will click this and disconnect and then reconnect it right away. And I will say, to date, I've had 100% instant reconnect, and I'm fired up again so I can keep moving. So it is a couple seconds of annoyance, but it's not something that should shut my show down or make me too crazy. So
shut this show down.
Can't shut this show down. We got the pink monster, or whatever you call you. And let's see what else we got going on here. So I like that. So that was a big thing for me, was the XLR, having some scenes that I can get at right away. Of course, that's huge. But another one for me is productivity. And so I'm like, I want to get more. I need more out of this. And so I started getting into 3 other areas that I find really start to annoy me in my flow. That would be opening up an apps. So I created an app folder, which oh, that's really fun.
I'll push that like a man.
Come on. The problem is your weak little fingers. You just can't push the button. And there you go. So I wanted to show you how it gets connection lost.
There you go.
So let's do it. Let's see what happens, because now it'll be at like 99%. So I'm going to disconnect it and come back on it. Good Lord. That's just perfect. John, it's so smooth, man.
$100 for
I can't wait for my $100. You better fire up, or I'm going to end the stream with some magical words. Look at that. Did not fire up. 100%. It was firing up. All right, we're going to try this again. This is not. Oh, it didn't connect. It didn't go. Now I'm not sure. There it is, right there. Let's see if it picked up. There we go. So let's bring up apps, maybe. Well, John, what you been doing over your summer?
Oh, this reminds me of a couple streams I've had.
Which is funny, because like what'll happen is it'll kind of lag a little bit, but I can't even get this done out. This is
right around the corner, brother.
Wow. You know what? Look, you know what really frustrates me? I played with this thing all day yesterday and today and did not have any of these issues. So I got to wonder, like, if there's something, one of these like OBS or something that got me, or something in the works.
If it's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong in a stream too. It always does.
It does. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to, just for the heck of it, and then I'm going to give up on it. We're going to, it's not like I need this to work. I didn't make this app. I don't care if it works long term, but it is.
Oh, Zan the man.
Oh, I miss Zan. Okay. Yeah, I wish you had control of this. Well, let's go up here. Hi, here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Sorry, Zan. I'm in the middle of a meltdown right now. So if you guys could just have a show, that'd be great. John, you can see what's going on. You talk about your pumpkin thing.
I mean, listen, you guys, some of you guys, people streaming here, when things are going to go wrong. It's going to go wrong on your stream. And that's why, like, when things go smooth a lot, you should always
makes me nervous.
You should always be very impressed with
it's like musicians
are streaming, because there's a lot going on there. So when you see Ash streaming, or me, or Jeff, or the creative lady, or mommy guide, she's always doing different stuff too, and that's a good example. She's not always doing like the same things. She's doing interviews, then she's doing overheads, then she's doing scenes. And look, this is what happens when you live stream. It's a lot of work.
Brian says I can't make it through the stream without him. Like, okay, well right. Brian, I gotta tell you, this is just annoying to no end, but I'm just gonna breathe through it. It's
kind of go on Facebook right now and look up for a Stream Deck for you.
Everybody, you know what this is, guys? This is a scam. What we want is for you all to feel sorry for me so much that everybody here tonight is contributing to my GoFundMe for my 32 key Stream Deck.
They were gonna give you a GoFundMe just from seeing that you had a Samsung S.
We're back up and running, so we're gonna run with it as long as we can. So yeah, so I've got the apps here, and I love this honestly. And of course, we have OBS, vMix, and GoXLR, our big players here. And I don't know if it'll pop up. But one of my favorite things is this Search Everything that I found, the Search Everything app. It's another one of those things in the productive world where if it'll come up, it might not come up. Yeah, that's exactly. I got gremlins all over the place tonight. Well, let's see what else we can open up. Or not. Let's see if anything opens up.
See if we can just get something to open up, please.
I think it's opening up behind me. That's what it's opening up behind me.
And you couldn't see it?
No, I couldn't see it. There it is. That was the search function. And I'll get into this sometime. And I love this thing, and it's free, and I love it. And I'll talk to you about that.
Something open up behind you. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. The stuff is not popping up over the top. Now it is. Okay, here we go. So look, I'm not going to get into every one of these apps, obviously, but the point is I've been playing with it for a few days, and it has really, until tonight, really made my flow very quick as I've gotten to know what I'm doing. I don't like having to drill down. Yes, you can have quick access buttons. I'm all about that. I get that. But I don't like to having to drill down, specifically when it comes, for example, let's say I want to open up my thumbnail maker. I've got to go through all these things like, oh, I don't know. So how's your normal thing? So I have this Photoshop file, and I'll bring up a file thing here. And so normally what I have to do to get to it is I'm doing all these goofy things. If I can remember where it is, I think it's in, actually, no, I got to go back here. It's in social media, YouTube, and I have these thumbnails, and I think where are those PSDs? They're somewhere in here, maybe. I don't know. I have PSD. See, this is the thing I don't like. I forget where things are. And so what I do is, let's see. I'm going to show you. Oh, you're on the screen. So what I've done is I've created a file thing where I can open up like my thumbnail maker. And what that should do is open up a Photoshop with that file instantly. And it will, except my font. You'll see something with fonts here because I forgot to load fonts, but I don't care. It's not really important. Give it a second. It's Photoshop. What do you want? It's a huge file too. So there's a thumbnail maker. So I just do a one-step punch. My main files are all set up this way. Another one, for example, everybody knows I love Notion. So instead of having to constantly go to the browser and do all that, I'm setting up my individual pages even, not just going to Notion app, but if I want to go to my Notion projects, that will come up instantly. If I want to, is that coming up? Yeah. If I want to go to my Notion live stream page, that'll bring that up in the live streaming. So it's just, I like these instant access to things I'm trying to create. It's not just about Stream Deck. It's also just about flow, but I would say it's working really well that way. So I have web pages I'm building out. I have the files that I'm building out. Now, this is a directory where, for example, all my ingestion of photos go, and I'm always going into that. And of course, it's behind. Here we go. My Drum Up Studio files are right here. So my primary directories I can get at instantly, and I've really enjoyed that. So yeah, I mean, that just gives you a little bit of a workaround of what I'm working on. Oh, and one more thing. So on my apps, I'm a DaVinci dude. So let's see if we can open up DaVinci without crashing everything. Because tonight's kind of a world of crashing. And I'll give you a little spiel on what I'm doing with this. I can't see comments right now, John. So if you see anything you need to talk about, if he's around.
Does this program work with Macs?
Ooh, yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Mac. Yeah, you can download from Mac.
It works for both, right?
Yeah. So I set up a somewhere. Oh, here it is. So I set up this project. It's just a little clip of something I did in slow-mo. It doesn't really matter. But what's cool is I'm setting up now I'm calling it the DaVinci board. And so I've got things that I use a lot of. Obviously, play. I can play forward, fast, rewind. Big thing for me is being able to mark in and mark out things if I want. And then I have a mark in, I get clean them up. Those are big ones that I use a lot to cut out things. I really like that. And of course, if I want to jump to the different parts of DaVinci, it's kind of nice for me to be able to, you can do it quickly through other things.
Todd is asking if this has like a Final Cut setup. Can you do the same?
Yes, exactly. And I'm downloading. I'm going to do the same thing with Photoshop, Final Cut, Premiere. Also, you can do this with. Okay. And I've only touched the surface. So what I'm doing is, obviously, there are a ton of different things. I've only created, I don't know if you can see, but let me go to edit here. So little things like I can change right over to the blade. Now you can do Control B or some things. I'm just playing around to see how things work out. And over time, I'll figure out which tools I really need and which tools I really don't. But I'm going to create like sub pages for the tools that all have the same type of editing things for a specific thing. Clearly, this is one of the biggest things that I need. I may not keep these in the main page. I don't know, because they're kind of easy to get at already. I might want to use something that's dealing with adding tracks or getting at things a lot easier. I don't know yet. But I found the DaVinci thing, the DaVinci page, to be very powerful. Now, to get back to what we talked about last week, John, I could use 32 keys. I mean,
gotcha.
You know, this is fine. I'll take this easily over nothing. So I'll have this whole home board will be changed out to be like a dashboard that goes to OBS, goes to vMix, and then they'll have their own home page and sub pages.
Dan C just stopped in to say, "Hey, what's up, guys?"
Hey, Dan C. I'm trying to show everybody my Stream Deck Mobile before it crashes, which, you know, we'll see. Nice to see you. I did check out Dan's. Go ahead.
Did you see his stream last night? Did you check that?
The one I saw, the one with the shampoo.
Well, he just he did his first stream last night with his new 6400 Sony and his 6100 Sony, and he had the Sigma 1.4 lens on, and he looked really good, and he was really excited because he had his ATEM Mini also running, so he was very excited about changing scenes and cameras. And then
you know what? I will check into it, because obviously I want to see those tools and how somebody who's putting them together works with them. Because I think the ATEM is something that I might want to get. Of course, I have the 6400, so I'm very interested. I did watch the shampoo video. I think it was OGX and Johnson & Johnson getting their class action suit that about making hair fall out. I don't know if you guys caught that their shampoo and conditioner are making people's hair fall out. It's kind of counterproductive.
Don't worry about that.
But yeah, so, you know, my, I'm going to shoot back here to show you what's going on, because you'll love this. Here, I can't hide it. I'm just going to kind of come back. This is what happened. So there is something going. I've never had this problem all day, but the Wi-Fi tonight is goofed up. So we're just going to end it there, because there's no point in struggling through this. I'm glad I got as far as I did. I will tell you this, there's something going on with whatever's happening. I've noticed twice now in my streaming, I've run into issues that I don't run into when I'm not streaming. So I don't know what that is, John, but that's something I'll have to investigate. It is what it is. So.
Some sort.
Yeah. Look at this. You guys are in, there you go. All right. So let me manually get out of this for a second. Come back to me. There we go. And I'll bring you back in. Thank you, everybody, for playing. Let me get back. Let me get back and call. How you doing, man?
You guys are back? Let me get my feet off the desk. Hold on. Oh, you gave me like a half-hour break. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm back. Oh, Dan, you were so excited. You were so excited last night in his stream. It was awesome. He must have showed people like 10 times. Look at my scene. It's coming back and forth. And he was really excited with his new equipment, as he should be. And the thing that gets me is the little bits of tech coming in to him. He's going to love this, and he's going to love what it does. And to me, like, hearing him sound better was one thing, and then all of a sudden now to see him look even better. He's just like, his whole he must have got like 100 compliments last night of how everything.
Well, I'm going to pull that up because I am interested to see the difference. I obviously the audio was quite dramatic as things improved, but there's something when you throw these cameras on. Oh my God, people do notice. Yeah.
And the thing was about what I want people to realize is when you're doing long streams like we do and like Dan does, and when your audio is, you don't notice it, but when you have that echo and there's a lot of air between your mic, the people listening get called ear fatigue, you know, and they don't even know it. All they know is that they've had enough. And they might like go off to another stream to watch something else or whatever. So if you sound that much better, that much clearer, and you give less ear fatigue, and it's something that sometimes people don't even recognize, that if you just sound better, which listening to Dan, he's engaging with the people to begin with. And then now that he sounds better, it's going to make his streams even better. I won't be more surprised as more people will be coming in to listen more. And, the other thing is another great thing. Sammy is here too. Sammy did a nice interview yesterday with Heather Ramirez. And so that was nice to see.
Yeah. I dipped into that before the show tonight. And I know she's really big on personal branding, and that was kind of interesting for her to get into. So I thought that was a nice topic. I'm always interested in that. Good job, Sammy. It's nice to see you, man. I'm not using the Blackmagic. I wish I could afford the Blackmagic cameras. Actually, using that with my DaVinci would be a lot of fun, probably. But I don't know that someone like me right now would get the use out of it. So I certainly would put the money into it. But if somebody handed me one, I'd be like, "You my best friend." But if you can find one for $100 on Amazon, you know, it's a good deal. Let me know.
Here's the thing with the Blackmagic. For a true cinematographer, like, you know, if anyone was going to use one here, it would be Brian. It wouldn't be probably anybody else here, right? Because like every big YouTuber and small YouTubers, the most popular cameras that are out there is the A6400, and then they're going to go with the Sony A7S3s.
Yeah.
When you're high end. And the reason that 99% are going with those types of cameras is because the autofocus is all they really care about the most. And so, you know, no one wants to get a GH5, okay? Panasonic is one of the best cameras that you can get for 4K. There's not a million people using it. The everyday dad uses them. He loves it. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of times you're setting those kind of sitting pictures like this. You're setting it on manual, and you're sitting right here and you're just reviewing a topic. Whereas a lot of people, they want to have that autofocus when they're showing a product, and we know how great the ZV-1 is for that, right? It just zips right on there and autofocuses, and the Sony cameras. And even this, you know, even my M50 does a decent job.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are people who are definitely going to get some value out of that. I know Brian has been mentioning, he says in here, he's thinking about getting a 6K Pro. He's been talking about that. Oh yeah. Look at you. Oh, look at you. Oh, you're so loving your toy.
I mean, it's like instant, right?
Yeah, it's instant. Yeah, you did it. It's a great camera. I'm just messing with you. I am still using the 50. So the 5100 was on the, it was on the tablet when it was working, and you know, I might have to do like, I don't know. There's really no setup. I might have to hardwire. I might have to hard IP.
Yeah,
like
you
laptop.
should anyway. You should.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the answer, and try that out. I think that's the answer. It's a simple answer, is just to give it a a static IP and let it ride. I'll try. I mean, look, it was great to test it this way. I'll come back and test it with a static IP and let you know how how things hold up. Yeah, it was holding up just fine though today. So it is what it is. So I don't have to tell you. And yeah, thank you, Coffee Talking Tech. I appreciate all of you guys' help so much. And the results look great.
I would have liked to jump in more. I just didn't want to step on any toes, especially like, you know, you're going to get great advice from Tom. And And most likely him and I would probably see eye to eye on 90%. There's a reason why I used to go watch Tom. And there's the reason why a lot of times that Tom and I buy the same stuff very close to the same time.
Yeah.
I bought the NT1. I told him I bought it. Then he had bought the NT1 mic like 2 weeks later. He got given, I think, perhaps from the company, his Hollyland wireless HDMI. I had bought one the same week. You know, it's like, he's got, you know, great taste in things, and he likes things that just work. You know, he doesn't like things that. So, so he's asking a question here.
Well, no, he just wants to know how you liked to sound last night because he was using the SM7B.
Listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. I thought Sammy's sound was a little low in comparison to Heather's.
Yeah, and you could obviously deal with that, but maybe what happened was because the 7B does just pull back so hard that we get used to a certain level, and we don't realize how much the SM7B just totally.
I think he has a cloud lifter though.
Yeah, but I mean, you still might have to push your own levels up if you're not being aware of it.
Yeah, you got to definitely look at. I mean, I constantly always look at the levels in the softwares. I just
don't trust them as much, but yeah, you have to. I mean, that's the only real gauge you have other than your ears. Her set is wonderful. I was looking at it today, and you know, I don't know, for those who just stepped in like Sammy, I know Sammy, you said the set looked good. Just to kind of rehash really fast on the deal, I started painting, and if you can see, you might be able to see where the paint starts and ends over here. So that's how drastically different. And I'll just do it one more time. I'll show you with the just turning this up. You can see, well, maybe it's the
stopped in.
Huh?
Heather Ramirez just stopped in.
Oh, great. So she can see what I'm talking about because she's already got her background. So you can see the different color in the wall and how much difference that gray is already making back there in taking in and adjusting light tones. So I'm really happy so far. I will finish that, although maybe I'll leave it. I like the contrast back there. Yeah, I got to get caught up. Hey, Heather, how are you doing? So good to see you. Hey, I made it. I appreciate you stopping in, of course.
I'm just back here.
Wait, Heather set up as top notch. That would be you.
Who?
Everybody. Not you. I'll bring you back. Calm down. We hear you. Isn't that enough?
I practically went to sleep a while ago. Oh my God.
They've seen and heard enough of you tonight, sir. No
way.
Yes, Heather, it was actually about your background, and it is top notch. And we were all admiring it. And I'm trying to get my background settled down a little bit. So I'm painting, as you can see. And I'll have this done by the end of the week. We'll see. It's going pretty quick, though. That paint does cover very nicely.
Had you noticed that we both have bikes on our shirts?
Yeah. Look at us. I swear to God, we call each other in our sleep. We're like, what do you want to wear tomorrow night? What color do you want for the background? Although our colors and our background are not the same tonight for the first time in a long time. Yes, Brian Paul was actually the one who was fawning over that background and brought that up. Although I watched her stream tonight or this evening, and I was like, look at that background. It's so good. But I mean, you know, I always admire her and Tom. It's have great taste, and they just know how to balance things so well.
Yeah,
really.
Their stream is always like that is the exact time I'm driving home from work. So I need that because at times I used to be able to make it a lot more, but right now it's like I have to try to put it on in the car, listen to it on the way home. It's not the same.
Yeah. So this is a good question. How far is your back wall from your camera? Well, that's a good question. Because I've been debating on how far it should be. Right now, I've got it. I'm in the center of the room. It's a big room.
I think that's about 10 feet.
Yeah, I'd say
about the same as mine.
The corner is going to be 12 feet. Honestly, yeah, I'm pretty sure. But I would say a good 10 feet. It could be a little bit more. Yeah. So I have a question of whether or not I should push back a little further when I finish this out or not. I'm not sure.
I like when you drop your thing and cut it off sometimes because it just gives a new dimension to it. And that's honestly what I'm going to do too. Eventually is I'm going to have I could drop back. I want to just have a total backdrop that's blacked out. That's what I want.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I really dig the dark background. So I have that as John's talking about the Savage paper. So I bought the Fashion Gray Savage paper, and I do like how that works behind me and I want to use it. I know that Heather really is really in the Notion. So am I. And so as I want to do some of my little live streams on Notion and other things, I want really to kind of bring everybody's attention more into the front of what's happening, as opposed to, not that they're really caring what's going on in the back, but there's a lot of distraction. And so I kind of want to bring that closer and more intimate, I guess, visually. It's just a psychological thing, and also to change it up. But I haven't decided if I'm going to do that or if I'm going to use one of my walls and just take this gray and do the same thing, but do it on the wall as opposed to doing it on the paper. I haven't decided.
I'm going to watch that gray right out of my hair. Sorry.
We done? So I haven't decided. I mean, what do you think? I mean, you could do that too. I mean, I said, if you don't have the, I have room where I could pivot easy and set up a totally different scene here. Well, and just use.
I'm going to be ripping things apart because I got to get that that stand-up desk in here. So I'm going to make a few little changes with that, and then everything will kind of still be in the same spot, because this is just the best direction. If you have a window in front of me, that's just the way to go. But the what I want to do is I want to do the same thing. Whereas sometimes I want to take that back table and connect it, and people have seen it like that and liked it. Sometimes I just run that table sideways, like I do an L against this one.
Yes.
And then I want to drop, cut off that backdrop and just have a total blacked out. Because
I think
listen, you've seen Gerald Undone, and he has,
and
he had, like, sometimes, and a few other guys, they have that like total blacked out background, and there's nothing there but a table. And I like that because it seems like then my eyes don't go wandering around what else is in there.
I'm telling you
what they're doing.
You're bringing everybody's mental focus up into the front. Look, for a live stream, messing around, that's cool. We can talk about things. I'll set up more of my drums and kind of put things up and put out Easter eggs and have fun. That's cool to do on live streams. But for certain videos and certain types of live streams, I would like to be able to bring everybody's focus here a little bit more and down because of the subject matter.
One of my favorite things to be watching now is Gerald Undone started that. It's not a what? Not a vlog? No, not a vlog. It's not a podcast. That's like that little scenario he's doing with his friend, and they both talk about all this stuff. That's my new favorite thing to watch, is him and this guy, and I forget the guy. They both are very popular, and they get into some like real technicalities of YouTube, and it's kind of cool. And they simplify things. Like they were going over unboxings and how unboxings can be a real drag, and people are kind of tired of it. He wants to make it more fun and just like not like be so focused in the boxing. And he likes how podcasted kind of like throws the box, and that kind of like they want to make just some changes. But that's like one of my favorite things to be watching right now, and it cracks me up.
I can't see that guy,
but
right there. That's for John.
There's the llama. Jesus,
there it is. That's for John, everybody. Thank you, Heather. You know what, Heather, I'm really good. I think so. I think. I know Brian was talking about, and I don't know if he's talking about me or you, because I think you have a corner shot too, Heather, and I like that. For me in this room, I like the corner, the depth. I'm going to leave it with the corner. I like it for this. And then the way I have things set up, I'm probably going to be able, because everything's on the swing arm, my cameras, set up to maybe I can swing them to over here, for example, and that's decadent, but to have a small, like one-off wall, like we talked about, that's closed in, or I'll do something with the paper. I don't know, but I love the ideas. It gives us something to play with. I like shifting it up for different things. Right. And so I appreciate this feedback. I like doing the corner shot. I think I'm going to leave it around this depth because it works the best. If I go too close, it's going to start to get, I don't know, it's going to feel kind of too on top of it. So, I think I'll probably stay in the same area. Brian's going to get, actually, I know he talked about getting,
I would love to.
Yeah.
It's just, those Pavo tubes are so expensive.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I mean, there's definitely something I want to do. And I just can't figure out in my head how I want this to look back here. I need like I feel like I need some kind of dimension back there where it's not just
Mm.
all faded into one. And I just haven't figured it out yet. I have to put
Your
my
room is tougher because like if you have a big enough room, you can do these corner shots. It can do it on I don't know how big is your room though. I mean, it's narrower
I think it's
than
10
my
by
room.
12.
Yeah, mine's like crazy big actually. I got a whole nother half.
You're downstairs?
Yeah, I got to finish downstairs, so it's pretty big.
This is just this is the downstairs bedroom. This is it.
Right. So they all have their pros and cons, and here it really has been a struggle to figure out how to build some things. But over time and playing around, I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the corner shot, and then I'll figure out where I'm going to do the intimate shot, if it's going to be the paper or part of the wall. But either way, the gray I'm happy with. So happy, and I'm glad you can see the proof and how I feel. And I just want to.
I like that you left that up there on the wall. This fun.
I did that I had to put this
like
up
that because the one day you pointed it out, I think you saw like when I had no color on the walls, and I was just showing the light, and I was like, you were like, oh man, you get to see John's like real gray color,
right?
And you're like, you pointed it out, and now it's like you can clearly see how big of a difference it makes with the reflection of the light.
Yeah, it's just insane to see that cutoff and how gray, if anybody ever had doubts, how a neutral gray will, deal with colors. And man,
it's my wife. She's asking for a friend. What does that mean?
She means she's asking for herself, John.
For me.
Yeah. This is about you. You are the problem. Just so we're clear. Yeah. Yeah. She loves you. You're okay, man. You're going to be fine. So Heather says she thinks that distance is good. I appreciate it. That's good feedback from everybody. I think it is too. What is this? Shooting into the corner, solid move. I'm going to pass there. That's good. Here we go. The only thing I do to John's setup is a backlight to separate him from the background. Some kind of spotlight would be sweet. Yes, I'm missing mine.
I have a question for you, Brian. This is actually perfect because you can't. Oh, I took it down, but you can't see it there. But right in the shelf where this bar is here, and the two shelves up here, last week I had a light that was right in there, and I had a light from behind casting down. But what I keep on getting is reflection on my bald head from the light right up here. And so I tried to put the softbox on there, and I keep on getting that harsh reflection up here. It does give me that separation, but literally I think I would have to get a light and put it down on the ground below the table.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that the way to go? Right.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Bring it
I
up.
think we'll see what he says, but I'm
like, it's got to be semi-small because even if I move to the side, I don't want anybody seeing that light. You know what I mean? Because
it is true. I mean, I've used in some of my stuff with the gray, I've used that GVM on the ground or low up at me, and you have to move pretty good that close to really get it to pop through. But yeah, if you start moving around or get up, it's going to get probably seen. So then I've gone with something over the top and boomed it down on me. Now Brian's calling me out because I'm not using it tonight, but I'm in construction mode. I'm not going to worry about it, but he's right. Eventually I want to get back. I did like that. Yeah. And I will come up with something permanent. These are drop ceilings, and they have those clips that you can put into drop ceiling things and strengthen them or whatever, and you can hang things on them.
That was the other thing I was going to do. I was going to put a little pole up here, or I was going to just have a light just right up there.
I would do that. Push it down more on your shoulders.
It feels like overdone. I don't need that crap. I'm just a small YouTuber, dude. You know how much stuff I got here? Like, well, I feel like I have too much stuff.
What am I supposed to think when you say I'm just a small YouTuber and I have I've got 82 subs now?
I know. I saw that.
That's crazy I don't even have
but
one.
I'm just like, I don't know.
I feel like, no, look, here's the way you justify it. You could then speak about it to other people because you're using it and give them an idea. I think that's one of the reasons I like it. And Brian's saying the same thing, get it more on your shoulders, not on your head. Because that's really where, I mean, a lot of people do the hair, they call it a hair light, but I think putting it on your shoulders.
Yeah. Just to get the separation from the back.
Like right now, if you had that, it would be pretty insane because you have that black shirt on. It would really pop you off of there. I wanted to back up real quick because Heather was saying that my purple wall was actually gray at first. So yeah, she went Ridge's wall. I know she's really into the purple. So she just went all 100% in on the purple and committed to that. And I thought of that, but I just wanted more options. But hey, if you're committed to it, go for it, right? Because in the middle of the day, if she doesn't have light on or she wants to just enjoy the purple in a more normal setting, then she can do
I tell you what, I can't argue with her look of her setup. I love it.
No, it looks great.
Yeah, it looks
love
great.
it. It's great vibe.
Does she use I wonder if Heather, do you use a lot or a preset on your camera, or is it straight out of the cam like that?
Good question.
She's got a good look going.
Did you white balance tonight?
Did I?
Yeah.
I didn't change it from last week.
I did. I white balance again with the stone gray.
The only thing that happened to me is that I got a lot more tan in my head, my face.
Yeah.
From when I was away.
Yeah. Well, you got that in Beirut. I mean, I get it. You know, it's a lot of, it's work. Looking good. He's saying looking good's not a flex, and that small tubers can, they can look fly too. There's nothing wrong with that.
Looking good's a state of mind, man. Groove is in the heart. Groove is in the heart. Groove is in the heart.
Sorry. Whatever you've been drinking today, I like it. Heather responded. Oh my God. Here we go.
Come on, ride the train. It's a choo-choo.
There we go. I got you the horn for you. No preset, straight out of the camera.
Yeah, it looks great. And she's got dude, she's rocking a Canon 6D Mark II, I believe.
I gotta go. Like you said, she did a studio tour, right? Somebody did, and I don't know. I haven't seen that if she did back kind of like how she's doing her lights. I'd like to see. I know Tom did one, and I really dug it. But then I realized I love the lighting in that space. I realized how much lighting I would have to bring this space up to that kind of lighting. And I was watching Heather's streamed our video tonight, and I thought I see the same kind of vibe where it's got control of light going on, of course, but there's a lift in the back that's not brought up by like ISO or anything. It's obviously there's lighting going on,
right?
And I'm like, I like that. I don't know. I might have to play with that long term and go. I wouldn't mind doing that, like bringing up the dark like light factor behind me a little bit sometimes to brighten it up. But I got to get done painting first. But I've thought of it. But you're going to need some pretty good lighting, and I know Tom's put some money into some lighting. It looks like
that falconized lighting is. They really did a good job because I think they had sent them some stuff, and I think he says he has 18 lights in that room. So isn't it crazy? I know this. How do I know so much about Tom's and Heather's?
You're a stalker. Hello, Samantha. How you doing?
Hi, Samantha.
It's nice to see you. Yeah. So yeah, Brian says he's blown away by Heather's DSLR. He's not blown away by mine.
It's a Canon.
It's Canon 60 Mark II. Yeah. When you have lights dialed in, full frame is real though.
Yeah, that's a full frame camera. It's good. It's a great photography camera.
Yeah, I mean you can't argue. I mean it's true. It's not something I would spend money on at this stage. I would look if someone can get me a full frame. I think he would be.
Oh, that was Tom's older camera, so he got that, and then he has two EOSRs.
You can do it.
Same as I do. I have one of those, but he has two of them.
Okay. Yes, she's done a couple studio tours. I will take a look at them because that was one thing with Tom's that really helped me see how that sausage was made. And I think when you really vibe on somebody's presentation, I do like to get the background. So I got to get caught up on this. I will look for the recent one and start with that one to check out where your updates are and where you're at. But you have a beautiful presentation, and of course you're really amazing at presenting your topics too. See, Sammy, yeah, the Canon 60 Mark II is a great camera. It's less than 5 years ago. Are you talking about the price, Sammy? I'm not really sure what that is. So, okay, what is this? Here we go. Should we check out what's going on? And we're watching while in the wild here is the streamer decides to turn his lights on midstream. Yeah, he's now realizing he is on solo. people are now talking about him, and he's starting to catch on and get uncomfortable. He's scratching.
What do you think?
Yeah.
I don't know why you put this on me.
Yeah, see, he's not comfortable with this. This is why he did it. And,
this is a cruel game. Okay.
There was, you have to roll back. I did a little commentary. It was fun for us.
You were doing like Benny Hill?
No, I was doing more like, we're watching the live streamer in the wild right now. Let's watch experiences.
Gentlemen, we're watching a live streamer. He's a wild one, this guy. He runs about 268 pounds, 5'11". Really nice.
He loves walks in the sand barefoot, stormy days,
and sudsy bathtub play.
He used to at one time. He squatted a lot of weight with men watching him.
Shots fired.
Oh God. Oh God. So you turned the light on. Yes, in his natural habitat. I was trying to think of Wild Kingdom, and with Marlon Perkins, and he'd be like, well, Marlon was always in the top of the Jeep going, let's watch as John feeds the alligators.
Dude, that was the best show, wasn't it?
It was great. On Sundays, you'd watch that, and it was either really exciting, you'd fall asleep. But it was a great show. Wild Kingdom come on, that music would come on. I was a little kid.
Jim would go on Johnny Carson with all the animals.
It was always, let's watch as Jim puts his head in the lion's mouth. It's like, what are you talking about, man? Yeah, in his natural habitat.
Thank you.
Our live streaming so what light did you turn on? No, stop.
Yeah. So I have
what's on
light
behind you?
I have this light.
Yeah, it's not really even a separate. What's the black thing on it?
That's the barn door. I thought it was too high. I don't want it going on my head.
And so you put the barn door all the way down?
Yeah, on the just to the middle.
He's gonna don't walk with the headphones. Oh God.
It's still a little too high, I think. Because if it was a little bit lower facing up, so
I mean, it's not going to glaze on your head at that angle, though.
I'm like a lunar eclipse, bro. I'll just take that sun and shut it right out. It's like, bam. Where's the sun? It's not here anymore. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I fat fingered myself out of the stream. I literally clicked myself out of the stream.
He says it looks low, but I mean, otherwise you're gonna see it all the time.
Well, it has to be low, but I think you go closer. I would go closer, put it behind you, but then it just gets into the thing. I'm putting it up. I don't care. It's funny.
That is funny.
Did they? Okay, I thought maybe he got blocked, but I don't have Nightbot on here, so I'm getting ready. As Cashew said, I am the meat for trolls right now tonight. They could come in here and just absolutely graze the field that I have laid out for them.
Yeah, you don't have anything blocking, do you?
No, I don't. I need to set up. I do.
My stream is so tight.
Dude, you're like San Quentin of live streaming. I mean,
people left. I think those people unsubscribed from me because I've had 2 people unsubscribe on my last stream. I've never had anybody unsubscribe on a stream. And all of a sudden, everybody was getting like stopped. They couldn't even put anything in the comments.
Yeah, we've hit some low marks when you lose on the live stream. But you know that was somebody's just frustrated they couldn't get in, so they wanted to take it out on you.
Yeah.
I'm not only gonna hit the dislike, I'm gonna unsubscribe to this clown.
Well, now they don't have a reason to jump in here because they can't bamboozle me. So.
What light are you using back there with the barn doors?
That's a newer 480.
Okay. You like that one?
I mean, it's good for what it is. It's
yes, this helps. Show us the quality while you lean back. You are a lunar eclipse. Yeah. If you were like the big pumpkin monster eclipse.
I'm a total eclipse of the heart, bro.
Oh my gosh. No.
Turn around.
Yep.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely. Sorry.
John doesn't know this, but so for the 6-month anniversary of our show, I'm going to do I'm clipping out all this stuff. So I'm going back over all these shows. I'm going to clip them all out, bring them all into DaVinci and do a highlight reel. It's going to be pretty much John going rogue for about an hour. Just clip after clip. There's a lot of clips. I couldn't believe how much clips there were of us being.
And you have to show, you just show like my subscriber count, just go lower.
Look, it's like the screen goes black and white, and at the bottom, I have your clip count going.
I have 7,000 hours of watch time, but no subscribers. They hate me, but they have to watch me.
Every time John sings, and we just watch the subscriber count go down as you sing, but you're like, I don't care. I'm committed to this song. Bring on Barry Manilow. You're gonna sing Mandy or something. Oh my God.
Cheap Trick.
You could probably do Mandy by Barry Manilow, but easier.
Mandy?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know Mandy? Or you could do You Light Up My Life. You could do Light Up My Life by Debbie Boone.
They just seem a little weird. Surrender.
Were you into ELO?
Dr. ELO?
Stop. Were you into the Electric Light Orchestra?
The Light Orchestra? Listen, they had a couple big hits. They were decent.
Yeah. They had a couple hits, and then their music was really fun to listen to, like in context, like with the Guardians of the Galaxy. Like I really dug bringing that into that.
Yeah, because there's a lot going on in their music.
Yeah, like it's perfect for those type of soundtracks. Really dug it. Yeah. Oh my God, she's not wrong.
What?
You're going to get copyright with that great singing of yours. I swear, if you sing "You Light Up My Life" by like Debbie Boone or something, they're going to sue us. You know any? Yeah. Do you know any Johnny Cash or?
No, I know some songs, but I was just gonna laugh because like the only thing I know is like his last greatest hit. It's like I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down.
The worst problem ever is I'm gonna get copy strike because this is on my channel.
No, you can't copy strike when you sing it.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
you sing so good. I think you could. I think you're such a good. No, you're not.
Heather's making fun of my singing. At least you know what? At least I know if she's making fun of my singing, she's probably knowing her. She got this big laugh. She's probably rolling back in her chair, going, "Ha! This guy's crazy."
I think it's more like, how old are these dudes? What are you talking about? Ring of Fire. And now, keep in mind, we weren't even born when these songs probably came out. So, but
yes, we were. Ring of Fire was his last hit, like his big.
What year would that come out?
87, I think.
Right? No, sir. You're out of your no. What is wrong with you? No.
I'll look it up right now.
Maybe like 71 or something. Or
no.
Everybody, get on your Google machines. And first one to find out when Ring of Fire came out by Johnny Cash. John will sing you a song personally right here and get me copy struck.
Okay, the Ring of Fire is the volcanoes that surround the Philippines.
It is. That's where they do the Godzilla movie. I think it was around the something like that. The Ring of Fire thing. I think that's what it's based off of, though. If you kind of, 1967. I'm like, are you out of your?
Oh, I thought it was much later.
Are you out of your mint? Was he even alive in 67? 87?
No,
I don't know. He probably wasn't alive much past then.
I feel like it being like.
How did you think that was in 1987? Like Purple Rain had come out by then.
Burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell in a ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire. The ring of fire.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That if that doesn't, those are onions. Those are not tears of emotion from that singing. Oh my God, that was something. That was okay for a guy who can't sing. Now wait, we got conflicting stories. We're here in 1963, 1967. Yeah, we can't get our stories straight. It could be, we can't trust Google too. So yeah, it is. It's John karaoke night. I would sing with him. We could do a duet. You know what we should sing sometime together? Islands in the Stream. You have to be Dolly Parton. I get to be Kenny Rogers. No, I'll be Dolly Parton, actually, because in the end, I think she had the better career, and she's still alive. You get to be Kenny Rogers. You got the beard for Kenny Rogers, too. You can pull that off. What is he doing?
Because here's the thing. It showed up in his album in 1963, but it was released somewhere in like 87, 88. And I know
Well,
it was like top 10 hit.
Yeah. Okay. They probably had like a redo on there. Like somebody pumped it.
They did. They did. And because it wasn't big in the 60s, it was big in like 80s, late 80s or something.
Oh, no way. It was crazy big when it came out. We look at Billboard top 10. And so it came out in 63. I don't know why people are saying.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, so in 63, it did hit number 1.
Yeah, it had to have. It was a massive hit. Yeah. I mean, the Prisoners loved it. So.
Oh, and look at this. It must be like something like 1990 here, because it says in Ireland it was not 21 in 1990. So I think late 80s or something, it was re-released or something. That's I swear to God.
And I just want to say thanks, guys, for watching me do my Stream Deck mobile tablet review.
we're watching karaoke.
We are so off in the weeds. We cannot see through this forest, but that's okay, because we have some amazing people here. We're doing some fun things. It doesn't always have to be absolutely about tech. We're getting on tech. We talked about Heather Ramirez's beautiful background that we all want so badly. Maybe we could pay her to come to Milwaukee and she would come here and help me with mine.
She better come to New York City before she comes to Milwaukee.
Why? Oh, why? You've got dibs on your friendship now with Heather Ramirez.
Sammy and I are taking Tom and Heather to B&H photo. So don't even think about trying not to do that. All right. Or something. But listen, Yolanda's from, I think she lives in Tennessee. So maybe she knows the Johnny Cash scene better than me. That's for sure. So
we're going to roll back to the B&H trip with Sammy and Tom, and
you can come.
Heather. You didn't even bring it up till now. Now's the first time I hear of this little over to B&H.
I go to other people's streams, and so
I can't be with you every day. I can't hold your hand to every stream. It can't happen.
Sammy. Now Sammy says me and Tom. Look, I was the one that included Sammy, and now he's like edging me out, bro.
I feel there's always that kid that gets excluded from the the playground games. That's me apparently. I'm pulling it.
60 minutes.
Oh no, that's my heart slowly ticking away. Sad about my trip. Yolanda says she's a librarian, by the way. Now she is from Tennessee, and I remember asking her because I grew up in Chattanooga. Well, I didn't grow up. I spent a couple years there.
Librarians know about music? Is that what she's saying?
Well, if she lives in Tennessee, I guarantee she knows a little bit about music. Second only.
Librarians know about music?
You're going to get yourself in trouble. Librarians have access to all the books, friend. They have access to all the Billboard Top 100s, and now they have internet access.
I think you're trying to say that, John. If you get out of line, I'm going to throw books at you.
I would love her to hit that pumpkin monster right in the head. That would be a lot of fun. Someday. You seriously got to wear you got to wear an orange shirt, man. You got to do it for Halloween.
Oh, no.
We are going to talk about it. I'm going to wear a Linus thing. I'm going to get all dirty. Is Linus the dirty kid? Is he no?
Linus?
No, Linus is the one that
he's like the smart one.
No.
Linus?
Pigpen. I'm going to be Pigpen, and I'm going to come all dirty, and I'm going to have and you're going to come, but I got to come as a creepy Pigpen. He's kind of creepy.
That won't be hard.
Oh. Well, okay, fine. But you're going to come as the pumpkin monster, but you're going to come as what's his name? Charlie Brown, the scary Charlie Brown.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's happening. Count it. If I can't go to B&H, I can't get there in time. I want to go to B&H with everybody. What's this? Someone put me on FaceTime. No, get out of here, Brian. You can't be on FaceTime with them. I'm getting all mad at everybody. I'm so mad to being left out.
Who's B&H more than anybody here?
So who cares?
Ooh,
what does that have to do with anything?
Out of everybody that's in
then maybe you've been there too much. Maybe you should let other people go to B&H.
I work
you're so selfish.
I work a block away sometimes.
You could stop. You don't have to keep doing that.
I don't know. I think I had an itch.
You got to hit your head to make it scratch, bro. So here's some information here. Johnny Cash died in 2003. Wow, he was around 2003.
Yeah, see?
Wait, he was only 71 in 2003? Man, I'd watched him on Johnny Carson lately, and he looked like he was 71 in 1980. And people always looked older, though, back then. I would see Johnny Carson like 1978 or, he'd be like 42, and he looked like he was 65. It's just the way people dressed and did things.
Hey, I was being sarcastic with this whole B&H thing because I just threw it up in a stream that Sammy and but that's why I asked if they were coming in October, because if they were going to come to it, remember we were discussing that we might go to that thing up in Albany?
Yeah, I was like, thing, yes.
If like Heather and Tom go, maybe like Dan would go, and then Sammy was gonna go, and then Doc Rock is like one person I like to see too, and that would be enough for me right there.
That's enough for you. I mean, not for me too.
None of them people are going.
I know, that's the thing. Like when I weighed it out, there's we have the same group of people who are like, that's worth going. But you still should do the B&H, and I used to get to New York all the time. Although I'm gonna have some gigs this fall. I think I'm going to take them up. I turned down all my summer gigs in New York, but
summer gigs.
That's not a song.
Make me feel.
That's not a song. That's not
blowing through
no.
the jasmines. And
summer. What's that? What is it? Summer Dreams? Huh?
Summer Breeze.
Summer Breeze makes me.
That's a great song.
It is a great tune. I was thinking of one the other day.
Stop. We're gonna go all day with music.
We got to stop with the music. So Heather invited me to. I appreciate that. It's the vibe that counts. And what'll happen is when I get there, we will not call John, and we'll have a better time.
I know a guy that we can travel on the trains for free from around New Jersey. So that's why I'm saying, like,
oh yeah, I know a guy too.
Yeah. We could just jump on the train.
I know a guy who will
walk one block to B&H.
I'll bring my cajon and we'll play that and make money while we're on the train.
We'll drive your cajon to the city.
Yes.
And then what's great is we get back on, right? And we can go into Hoboken and go out to dinner in Hoboken, New Jersey.
And it's going to rock in Hoboken.
And then we can get back on the train and go to Summit and drop off Sammy.
Summit. Yeah. And then we go get drinks.
Drinks. Sammy can't come with drinks.
I know. So yeah, if I were Tom, I would just bail on this group. Tom needs to just do his Tom thing. He needs some away time from all this nonsense.
These wackos.
Yeah, next year though, hopefully we all go. I think next year is absolutely the year I'm in. I put a fund aside because I do want to pick the right events. And now that we're finding our communities around and the people that we enjoy and aspire to be. It's a lot easier for me to target. That sounds awful. Target. Ooh.
Well, listen, let's just.
Heather, I didn't mean target. I meant things like. What am I saying? Schedule. I don't know.
I don't really. I don't get. I don't go to these things just because like I'm in wow by anybody.
You're not a fanboy, so to speak.
No, and I don't like groups to begin with.
So, I don't either. I'm an introvert.
So for me to want to go and make sure that a certain people that go there that would make a difference to me. Yeah, that's all I really care about.
Yes. The Walk the Line movie in 2005 is that Joaquin Phoenix, I think.
Yeah.
That's right. That did make a comeback. And then there was the one with what's his name? Not Will Ferrell, but his buddy. They did a kind of a funny parody of Johnny Cash, which was a fun movie. Yeah. So oh goodness. Tom, you weren't supposed to see that. That wasn't for you.
I think if Tom goes to B&H,
I don't think there's enough. Could you imagine Tom in B&H? Oh, nobody's going to recognize him in B&H.
I want to just film him because he's probably like me, dude. When I walk through the front door, the first thing I do is bear off to the right, and I go right to all the wireless HDMI setups.
Sure.
And then I go around, and they're like, "Hey, you need help? Yeah, I'm just looking at this stuff, and the Hollyland 400s, 300s. Oh, let's go check out the mics. Look at all the mics. Here's the audio interface." Then I go in the section where there's just a bunch of camera grips. And I can sit in there for like 30 minutes and think about how I could put things together. That would be so awesome.
I kind of get that too. Like there is a thing about a little bit of overstimulation. Like sometimes it isn't even the product. Sometimes, I don't know, Home Depot does this to me. Their lighting in their makes me anxious. Like I have to get out of Home Depot in about 20 minutes. There's something with the buzzing or the way that lighting is there makes me crazy.
It's like a warehouse, bro.
It's a warehouse. And so I don't know.
When you're in B&H, it's a lot of energy. I get
overstimulated
too. And then I got to run upstairs to go to the camera section. And it's just like, oh, there's, the new this, the new that, and the new this. Like I was just online today and I was looking to see if they had any ZV-E10s that were there, and they don't. So they're all sold out. They won't even be back in till the end of.
This is why you love Tom. Tom has his stupid jokes. Like I say this lovingly, the same dad jokes that you do. These are totally the walking line. And this is, what are you going to say? Every time I hold up the llama, you've got alpaca.
Let me tell you something, bro.
Let me tell you something. So the old teacher dad jokes are.
There's only one difference. I think Tom is like 35 and I'm 50.
Exactly.
Tom, this is what you look forward to.
You might be highly sensitive. Yes, there is another. People say introvert, extrovert, like that is the only line. There is actually there is this thing. This is interesting you brought this up, the highly sensitive extrovert. And I think this is probably more what I fall into. I actually love having engagements, but I am very reserved. I'll go to parties, but I don't. I eventually get brought out into it.
Parties.
You are so imagine. That's a great point, Cashew. There is a whole nother line of that stuff. And I think I might be that. I think a lot of us are that way. Mommy's very upset that there's no B&H. It's got to be really rough for people that are isolated. I say isolated, but they're more on the islands. Australia, maybe more options.
Listen, it is great living by New York. And like I said, I could find all this used equipment. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable the deals that you guys know, because I tell you, you're blown away. You got a Sigma lens for $275. You got an ATEM for $200.
You are very lucky to where you live because you do have a lot of access to either secondary markets, obviously B&H, another place, of course, I want to go. And Tom, if we're ever in New York, here's another. We got Sam Ash. There's a huge drum department in Sam Ash. So I'm just saying. There's some nice stuff down there to go check out.
It's not too far of a walk to Times Square. So that's definitely doable if you want to go there.
Fine. I mean, why would I want to go there? I have Sam Ash. And
what's really awesome is you have like some places really close by that are great for sightseeing. It's unbelievable right there. So.
Oh, it is. It's a great. I used to spend time. So I think I told you there's a Park Central is where when we played in New York, I always wanted to stay at Park Central. The prices were good. It was a nice hotel. It was right across the street from, help me out. Not the Kennedy Center.
What?
What's the theater? I'm just drawing a blank for some reason. It's right by Central Park.
100 theaters in New York.
You know what I'm talking about. It's the one the musicians all want to play to. I played there. That's why I can't think, but I can't think of it all of a sudden.
The Ritz? My dad released an album at the Ritz in 24 hours. Recorded, pressed, and put out in 24 hours. Know who I saw at the Ritz?
No.
Musical Youth. Do you remember Musical Youth? Mm-hmm. Past the Dutchie on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Anyway, so Sammy says he's like 10 minutes away from. I'm like 10 minutes away from. He's like 10 minutes away from Sam Ash.
New Jersey.
Yeah, I mean he's close. That's people don't get how close Jersey is to everything. In New York.
I'm saying we have Sam Ash's Sam.
Oh, he's talking about that. I'm talking about the one in New York, but I get you now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I love the Park Central. And you're right. That whole area, and that was so you'd have to walk south to get to Times Square from there, and of course Central Park is just north. Yes. It's right there, and I just like that area so much.
It's like 15 blocks or so
from Times Square.
Yeah.
Park Central's right. It's like right across the street from there. And my mind is still blown that I can't think of.
Listen, I can't even remember the things I just want to say right now. And I'm right there a couple blocks every day, but it's the new stairs. Like there's in the last 2 years, they built like a couple new buildings there. Some guy climbed over the glass barrier and jumped. And, so they might close it, but it's like this brand new staircases and shopping and everything. I forget what it's called. And I can never remember anything.
Well, when I remember it, you'll be like, how in the world did you not remember it? It's, I played there. I only played there once. It was as a symphony, a U.S. symphony when I was a senior in high school. But I can't think of it
Hudson. There we go. I knew my wife. If my wife was listening, I knew she was going to jump in. And it's called Hudson Yards. So that's like that.
See, this is why you marry, so somebody remember where your meds are.
Everything, bro. So
what's the name of that med I'm supposed to take at noon?
Yeah, exactly. So that's like another 3 blocks west from B&H.
Okay. This is some tech talk, but this is where it's going on. So Tom missed the intro. I did do a lovely attempt at a Stream Deck mobile demonstration, which, by the way, it is actually pretty nice. Now I'm going to lay down quickly. I'm going to finish that thought, John, because I don't like the fact that it's a little sensitive to the Wi-Fi deal. But I think if you just go with the static IP on the unit you're using, I think it's going to be much better. That aside, I do love it. It is only a couple dollars a month. You get 2 PCs that you can load up and use, which is nice. You can use unlimited mobile devices, which has been great. So I have my phone and a couple tablets set up on the 2 computers that I have used for the subscription.
What about this deal? It's back.
Shut. How is Amazon allowing this to get through? This is crazy.
That's the 15-button one. That's the 15-button one. But
but it's the same guy. Go into the seller.
It's illegal.
Go into the seller. He's going to be that dude where he's like, free coupon, Mr. Wakamaka Moka Moka Moka. Okay. Huge name. No, you got to go into the seller there.
Where is it? Usually it's like right here.
Yeah. Where is it, guys?
And it says visit the Elgato store. So you get it right there.
They changed it up. Oh, I know what you do. Hit, put in cart, and then maybe it'll show you the seller.
Yeah, because look, if you go any to these other stores, look, is this one here?
Oh,
is 32
back? They are really not handling this well at Amazon. I know it's a tough deal, but yeah, I'd like to see who the seller is from.
Yeah. So in case you missed this, that's not a real deal, guys. Don't go and buy this.
Buy that.
I did. I was like, everybody's like, oh, it's $100. I didn't even look what the next sentence was. And then it said, it's a scam. Don't buy it. And so now I have this coming to my house.
I don't know that I'll ever be able to tell you about another deal anymore. I felt so guilty. You were on vacation. I wrote you and I said, because I thought you'd want this. Yes. I'm like, I got a deal. I just bought a 32 for $100 on Amazon, and you didn't answer back. So I thought you were good. And then in the meantime, I found it was a scam. And I'm like, I better write him. And you're right. It's a scam. And I'm like, he bought it. He bought it while he was in line at a ride.
I saw that and I was like, okay, click, bought.
I was feeling so bad. But you kept it. I got out of it. You wrote it out. You still haven't received your brick
back. Yeah, that's the good thing about Amazon. Unless you buy, I bought a print from China, and it was supposed to come framed out, a canvas, and then it didn't come that way. It came without the frame. I sent it back for $17. Then they sent me back 3 months later the print without the wood framing again. So now I spent another $20.
I've seen some funny stuff with that. Anyway, I want to finish out the thought. So if the mobile Stream Decks, if you don't have a Stream Deck, you don't know, this is a great way to test it for a couple dollars for a few months. You'll save your profiles. You'll be able to learn what's going on. You'll be able to easily set up and push it in. Elgato has done a great job. I think I've used Touch Portal. I've dipped into these other free ones. They're fine. If you want to go that route, I'm just telling you, Elgato beats them hands down when it comes to simple things of copy pasting, not just individual keys, but profiles. The way you can export and back up is dreamy, and import them. I've done it over a couple different computers. It's easy to set up multiple devices and swap out. It's very flexible. So there's no risk in taking a couple dollars, trying it out, finding if you wanted to spend that money. I think it's great money. I can't wait. But right now, until things settle down, I'm going to stick with the tablet, get as much as I can out of it. And then I'll probably will go for the hard version of this, the 32 keys, because in the end, I don't know if it's better or not. Here's one disadvantage, though. I do have 2 computers, so it's been nice to use the mobile subscription to set up 2 tablets. I'm doing both things on both computers. It's giving me a lot of flexibility at a very cheap price. That's the pro version of it. The downside of it is you're always better to have a hard connection for not getting dumped from a connection between the tablet and the unit, because it does happen. So I'll see if I can firm up that connection and make that a little bit more solid. But yeah, we'll see. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on it. But I love the flow that this is going to give my systems and process, or the flow over time. So I think I think Heather's got to go. Yep. So does everybody say goodbye? Got to head out. Thanks for the stream, guys. Thank you for dumping in and saying hi and giving some feedback and some laughs. And we'll see B&H without John. And that'll be a fun time.
You're not talking about Radio City Music Hall, are you?
I'm not. This is so stupid.
Not Lincoln Center.
No. If you hang on 1 second.
All right, because
I'm going to put you up full. I'm going to put you up full screen.
Patrick saying that, and then Todd came in, and I know it's not those, because I know those are like more artsy, but it's something like that. And then Dan C is leaving, I think, too. So thanks for stopping in, Dan C. I appreciate that, and great seeing you. And yeah, so I don't know. I did not get the Stream Deck. It's basically saying that it's probably not going to come, and it doesn't know where the it is. So it said after the 27th that I can ask for a refund, and that's what I'm going to do. And it was a good try to get a Stream Deck for $100. I mean, I already have a Stream Deck, but I wanted the 32 one, which in due time I'll get one, because I recently just saw a 32 key that was about an hour away from me for $160. And I just jumped the gun, because I basically got the 15 key one for free because I used credit card points. So I used my credit card points. And I'll probably keep this for a while. And it's probably, I shouldn't though, because I'll probably set it all up, spend all that time. And then I don't know. Can you just switch your profile over? I don't know. I have to see.
All right, I'm back. What's going on?
Thanks for coming back.
I thought I could find this answer. I'll come back. I thought I could find this answer like quick.
Yeah.
It's just baffled. Now I'm just like baffled, because everybody's going to go like, oh, as soon as Carnegie Hall.
Is that what it is?
Also popped in my head. Carnegie Hall. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Jeez. Isn't that sad? I couldn't remember Carnegie Hall. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't picture that, because that's more classical music, but.
Yeah. I said I played a symphony, and we played Carnegie Hall.
Oh, you said a symphony.
Yeah. That was a symphony gig many years ago.
My sister played there when she was like 10.
Yeah. It's a great place. Love it.
Huh? Piano, she did.
Did she? Oh yeah, it's great. The acoustics there, incredible. What's going on here, Dan? Brian Paul, I've searched several times. I can't find his channel. Yes, so
look up a things.
Actually, he's BC Paul. He's got it now, right? Isn't it BC Paul? It's on my last stream.
Oh yeah, it is
live. I put it in the description. So it's the live white thumbnail from last week, the 17th. So it is in there. I'm sure Brian, there it is. BC Paul Productions. Okay. I thought it was, but I couldn't remember, because there was a conversation about having trouble finding. I'm 18 away from getting a vanity URL. I'm at 82.
You're going to get there.
I'm going to get there. And my video is going to be done soon. So that's going to help stimulate some more. That'll be good. Yes. So I love Sammy. He's like Google Maps. So Carnegie Hall is 40 minutes away from me. You're not that far from it then. That's great.
So what is
not showing up? What's going on?
What is that app you used for the Go XLR, the Wave XLR? What was it?
For the Stream Deck?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Go into
I'm here.
Plugins. Go to plugins and type in, and it should be under music. Did you not find it?
Yeah. What did you put in? Because I have Wavelink software, and then I see Sound Deck.
That's a good question. Here, hang on a second. Let me look it up. Because I mean, I haven't. Let me pull up my
XLR in there, and that didn't show up.
Really? Let me pull up my. Hey, everybody, hang on 1 second. I'm going to pull up my Stream Deck here.
Dan said he got it from your last week.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw. That's great.
Isn't that something else? Like, here's one thing that I like about Dan. He says this a lot in his streams, is treat people like you expect to be treated. And that goes a long way with me, because here's a guy, right? Here's a guy who's got 50,000 subscribers, just about, and he's almost going to get there, soon. And He's going to look up a guy, Brian Paul, and Brian's no slouch in his field. He's got 8 Emmys for cinematography in his business, and so
he's no joke.
He's no joke, and but still, nonetheless, Brian's
also giving
with YouTube, and he's going to look up and check out Brian. And that's it's awesome to see that kind of that kind of thing going around. You know what I mean?
How you like that?
Llamas. But it's
so anyway, this is the
that's what I got up exactly right now.
Okay.
So which one is it?
The one that says uninstall.
Wavelink. I have Wavelink. I already have it installed.
Well, then use it. Then use it.
I use it. Okay.
I don't. What's the problem? Well, I don't. Okay, you go or use it.
I was like, where do you have that? Just use it, you idiot.
I don't. Stop. So I don't know. Do you have the icon? I mean, I don't know if the icon pack comes with it. I think it does.
Yeah.
So just use it
in here, and I just didn't even look at it yet.
You just didn't. You were kind of like, because I brought it up. You were kind of like dismissive about it last time.
No, I wasn't dismissive. I knew about it already. It's just that I already ordered the other thing I was going to order. So
you were waiting for your brick to arrive from China.
Yeah, here it is.
You waiting for that? Yeah, well, it didn't show up. So
got it right here.
Yes, he just won his 8th. It's a regional Emmy, but let me tell you something. They're Emmys, okay? Yeah. And people want those things, and you don't get them for falling off, and it is impressive. And we are so blessed to have amazing people, with some major skill sets in this circles. And Brian is absolutely one of them. And if we talk glowingly all the time about Brian, there's a reason why, because he's just a damn good guy. Top of everything else.
We're just starting out streaming, right? And some people have 15, 20 people maybe, and you're lucky. That's a lot if you're starting to stream.
Yeah.
And true. we have, if we have 10 or 15 people showing up for our streams, look who's showing up. And that's the way I look at it. You got a guy like Brian Paul coming supporting us all the time. Sammy has been streaming for 6 years. Okay. Yeah. Sammy knows a lot about a lot of different things that he doesn't go and tell you all about it, and he's a great supporter in the streaming area too. Right. So those are 2 people right there. Then you have, a guy like Mr. Doma. This guy's new to YouTube too. He's always supporting. We have Amateo showing up. We have Samantha, Ashley. We have a great community of people that really is impressive to have for 2 guys who are streaming for 4 months now.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're blessed, man. We're blessed because we are newbies, but I mean, we just have so much fun and we love what we do. And I'm with you. We've talked about it. I'm sure Dan feels the same way. Now he's built. We'll use him as an example. He's built such a huge following already, and people will be like, "Oh, a suspect." Yet go in his community. Those people are good people. Okay, God. You step in there, and it's not like they're farmed in kind of weird places. These are obviously, for the most part, you always get some numbskulls here and there, but his community is very solid, kind of in lockstep.
Makes you want to grow a beard.
Yeah, well, I can't grow one, so I try, man. I'm trying.
But even we have Yolanda, a creative lady. We just met her a few weeks ago, and and she comes back in, she says hi, and we do the same, because it's not about just whether or not we are interested in the same. And I keep on saying these things. It's not always just about that. Okay. I'm not a crafty person, but I go to Lala's.
You are not a crafty
all the time, because I love Lala. I love what kind of person she is.
Yeah. By the way, on Lala, so I stepped in. I think one of her latest stream, maybe it was the latest stream, was one where they finished up this project, this surprise thing they did. And I'm going to pronounce. I want to say Billboy, but I can't remember I don't know how you really pronounce it. You always like to glow about what people do. I swear to God, I look at these finished products, and it looks like, you go to a store and you see something finished, so polished, you expect that. Okay, that's a professional company, but they put together this insane finished surprise for someone. And if you get a chance to check that stuff out, I just take a look at it. It is art. these crafts are art, and I'm not good at crafts.
They really are art.
I'm just not in, but it's mesmerizing. I always wish I had more time like we all do, but you got to step in and check things out. And today I did, and I was glad I did. And I'm glad we're cracking you up, Sammy. And he keeps asking me when I play Sammy, let me get this painting done.
I think all I do is picture Sammy slapping his leg and laughing because we're saying he's like stuff today. He's probably dying just watching.
Love that about Sammy. He's got such the vibe. You know what, Sammy? I'm going to do it. In fact, you know what, Sammy? I'm going to do you one better because we always talk about. I've got back here. This is no joke. Yamaha studio set. This is a 1984 studio recording Yamaha. If you try to go find one now, good luck. I was lucky to get it. My parents basically, who were dirt poor growing up, kind of mortgaged everything to go to Memphis, the Memphis drum store there, which is huge. And they bought this for me because I was into drums. I'd been doing a lot, and they surprised me with it. It was one of the best things I've ever had in my life, and I've kept it this whole time. And it's one of the best kits you can have, this Yamaha studio recording. And but what I'll do is I've got a Mapix gig kit. So the bass drum is like 18 inches and these little tiny drums. And I love this little kit. I'm going to set it up behind me. It's a black little kit. It looks kind of cool. And I've used it for actually a lot of festivals. I will put that little kit up. We'll play it. I'll get it mic'd up into the system. We talked about, I know how to do it. We'll throw it up in the FP10 8 channel. We'll plug it in. We talked about it. I mean, technically, John, I should be able to just take, even if it's a 3.5, I could take that out and dual stream probably if I wanted to. And
line out. You can line out.
Echo line out. I don't know what kind of lag I would have, but it wouldn't matter because I wouldn't be talking over it. Right. But I could just bring that, right? Could line out, bring it in.
Should be.
This has a line in.
Yep. This
has a line in, right? So like select the Gold XLR, just bring that in, and then we can toggle over and play the drums. But I'm not going to do that unless we get some decent mics on them because it'll just sound like a tin can in this room. Or I'll set up my practice pad kit and we'll have fun with that for a while. But I'll play something for you. God, he keeps asking. I got to do it. It's fine. We'll do it.
Wait, I thought, didn't Dan say he was leaving and now he's yelling at me to clean up my cords?
Yeah, we need to get those cords covered, though.
I just pulled out the light out there.
And he's talking about his cords, I think, because he's saying I can hear my wife's voice in my head yelling at me for cords all over. So we need to go to Dan's house, and we need to get
cords.
Apparently, his wife is yelling at him. We'll have to take a look at that last stream and see what we're seeing with the cords.
See that is a little bit my forte, and Jeff obviously cares about it too because we bought the same stuff.
Same one. And the only reason I haven't put them up yet is because I'm waiting to finish the final placement, but I have the same cord management system you have. And it worked out really well for you. I thought it worked great.
Yeah, I'm pretty cleaned up under the desk. Yeah. I'm a little bit sloppy now because I'm going to rearrange things. So I've been I'm tearing out stuff and putting stuff in all the time. But that's what I do. Like when you see data centers with Cat5 wires that are pinned straight and there's like 12 of them together in a bundle all the way for like 300 feet. Yeah. That's what I did for 6 years. I built data centers for, the biggest banking, systems in the world. And for
that needs to be tidy.
No, in the beginning, it had to be super pin straight. And then eventually they stopped spending the money for that.
Yeah, it's not. But it still has to be organized and
very organized.
That stuff has to be. We trapped him with our lovely personalities.
Yeah, I was like, he said he was leaving. I think he does this. He leaves and then he's like lingers a little while.
I think he'd been
hacked. How I left the building. Let me see what these guys are really like.
Dan's been hacked. We've hacked into Dan's system. And all these praises we got weren't from Dan. They were from one of our friends. It's a setup. It's a trap.
He's as real as it gets. That's
he is. I like it. I may have to try to grow a beard this fall. Is there anything, Dan? Is there anything I can eat to stimulate this? Is there steroids for beards? Or is that frowned upon?
I'll go in with you if you go all out. I'll try. Yeah. I'll go a few months.
I don't think I'm going to be. I'm not a real great looking man now. I don't think I'm going to look good with a long beard. But I could do it and try it.
Yeah, we can do it for a while and see what turns about.
Then I could buy that Octane products from Dan, and I could go in there and do the flex. I can send in something.
Dude, that was just right in Connecticut. He was in Connecticut this weekend.
I saw that. Yeah. Mommy says, truly appreciate everyone in this community. The support, I know she does. That's the whole thing. She's genuine about this too. The support is full, packed, and solid. John would just let our stream run while he works. Yeah.
Oh,
I haven't done it enough because I can't get myself out of bed to catch the stream.
What I do is I watch probably a good amount of it because I'm sitting there. I'll throw comments and all the time, and then even what's her name? Ian just did a video. She had a video that came out a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Now I didn't know if you noticed this. There was no comments that you could leave for Ian in her video because I believe she put it under the kids' YouTube or something. So there was no comments that I could put, and I couldn't even. I could just hit a like.
Okay.
So, or she has comments restricted or something. So there was a setting.
Probably restricted. Yeah.
And so I did watch the video that she had put out, and I wanted Lala to just say that I did notice it and then I did watch it. So
yeah,
because that
he is talking about your chords. Your chords are a little kind of
well, I think Dan missed the point that I pulled this out.
That you just pulled it out now just to play with it.
Yeah.
Is that the only chord though? Like I feel like you getting called on.
That chord is pulled back. You can't see those.
But maybe.
Hey, over here, if you look in this corner, I have like a 50-foot HDMI fiber cord that goes up behind into this camera right here. So that's like along the wall and stuff. But
yeah, so if I chugged out on you, I clicked out of StreamYard again. You can't keep your hand. I have my hand on the mouse. How is it? I'm clicking myself out of the browser like a moron. Is there something you want to show?
Here's Dan, right? Dan, look it. Here's my ATEM Mini right down in here.
Oh, Dan, look what you did.
And then I have my audio interface over here. Here's my mic booster. This is my Wave XLR. Here's my Stream Deck. Here's my JBL speakers, which somebody made a comment on them today saying that my review was horrible, which it was, but they made fun of me. And then, yeah, they did. And then here's my mic with my boom arm.
That got sexy. Show that again. Show us how you're doing it, Vanna.
Dream come true.
Look at that. Look at that.
There's my camera. It's right on top of that tripod, that little right there.
Yeah. Dan's got setup envy.
So, no, he doesn't.
You got to talk a little lower voice, like, sexy.
Me?
If you're going to start stroking boom mics and talking about your big pod mic, your boom arm, talk sexy or something. Like it's nighttime. It's like after hours. You got to kind of talk about.
I'll talk my boom boom arm.
Boom boom arm. Brian says he can't stop touching his beard. I always wondered about this because I know guys with long beards and they are constantly. Is this like a fluffing thing or something where you do it to keep it groomed, or is it just becomes habit because it was itchy?
I've let my beard go like 3 months though. I feel like it gets to a point and then it doesn't keep on growing like long. See,
that's my concern because this is about 6 months, and I'm concerned.
That's 6 months.
It's 6 months
for real.
No, it's not for real. But I'm glad you thought it was. I shaved today. So, but I clearly I can't. This is not very full, dude. I mean, I'm not going to grow. Gingers don't. There are some gingers who grow a real, like, big beard. I've seen this. Like true guys, like direct from Ireland. I'm a French German kind of offshoot of a gingerish type, so I don't seem to grow like. Stop laughing at me.
Gingerish.
Biotin B7. Okay.
Biotin is it's a B vitamin.
Biotin, not din. It's not a D. It's not a D. Biotin. You're misleading our
biotin.
Biotin. B7 is the best natural way. They do have minoxidil for beards. You got to be kidding me.
Wow.
There are guys juicing beards, but that is a legit drug. Yeah. I mean, okay. So I guess you put it on. Instead of your head, you would put it on your beard.
Is there something I could do to have the hair stop growing in my ears? Because I never had this problem until about 45, 46. And now I have like certain hairs that grow in my ears. Have you had that problem yet?
Yeah. So
I don't like that.
And it's one hair. It's one hair, but it doesn't matter. It reminds you you're older. Because we used to make fun of those guys who had that hair in their ear, and now we're the guy who has to go, no, we're not doing that. I'm not doing.
I got one here. I got one hair that's on my ear up here. Just one hair.
Coffee Talk and Check, everybody.
Huh?
The JJ Tech Show.
It's so weird.
It's yeah. I mean, here we are, grooming tech, but I mean, it's true. What was your question? No, I know. Exactly. No, I was going to tell you, you got it. This is a Shyamalan twist. So for Halloween, you're the pumpkin monster, but instead of shaving that hair, you use minoxidil in your ears and you grow like crazy hair in your ears.
I don't want Wolfgang Amadeus ears.
It's Wolfgang, not Wolfgang.
Well, it's Wolfgang.
Not Wolf. It's not.
Now it is Wolf hair ear.
Oh, it's Wolfgang.
Wolfgang.
Rock Me Amadeus. Rock Me Amadeus. Who sung Rock Me Amadeus?
Amadeus.
Who sung Rock Me Amadeus? Rock Me Amadeus.
Falco.
Amadeus. Rock Me Amadeus. Was it Adamant? No, that wasn't Adamant. Was it Adamant? I don't know. Maybe
83.
Yeah, we're on there. It was at the beginning of
if you
MTV.
haven't seen the movie Amadeus, you got to watch that.
Oh my God, that movie from the mid. Oh yeah, that is still holds up. If you watch the movie from, I think it was around 83, 84.
Yeah,
that movie is fantastic.
Yep,
love that movie.
Yeah.
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 I love how we crock ourselves up. I don't know. There's probably nobody's still here. I don't blame. Yes, you'll probably get back here too, extra back here, because clearly we probably already have a lot of back here. I just don't want to look. I don't get a lot of body hair, honestly, because you can see by the beard. You probably would get more hair on your shoulders than I would. So
when you sit down and go to the bathroom and other things are dunking in the water that shouldn't be, that's how you know you're getting old.
What happened to you? It's only Tuesday. What is going on?
I'm not staying up afterwards with you today. I have to go to sleep.
That has got to be an Irish coffee you've got going through your system.
No, I don't drink. You know that. I know.
I don't drink either, really. So
not that I don't have.
I'm not against it. I just don't. But I mean, that was some information. So YouTube made the kids. Maybe we'll go into kids content. The photos. How can you retract that? So YouTube made it into kids content because of the photos. How can you retract that? Is it possible? So I don't know.
You could check that off.
Yeah. I mean, YouTube doesn't dictate that.
No, there's a setting in YouTube that says, is this kids content or not kids content? You check one or the other, and then that just takes care of it.
Ciao, man. Thank you so much for stopping in and being you. And I want to apologize for this, yet I love it too much to apologize. This is what I want every week.
Listen, this is what I want.
This is who you are. That's the thing that annoys me. People think you're this uptight, rigid, mean ogre. What is a bad another word?
They really think that about me?
Oh, they think you're an ass.
Some people do.
Yeah, but you're not. This is who you really are. Honestly, it's just that, you know.
Yeah, but I'm not. Listen, what I do is I spend time on people that are worth it. Sorry. But
I'm just, you know what, Yolanda, you deserve a special award for staying around after that nonsense.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
and if you want, I could get rid of John and we can't get rid of John.
At one time when things come together, at some point, I definitely want to have like a New Year get together, right?
Oh, let's work. Oh, absolutely. That's going to happen. We get this Lambda Delta, whatever frat party version of the virus we got going, the alpha.
So if you don't follow the rules, right? If you're not following certain rules in your right, exactly, which they just passed about 2 or 3 years ago when they got sued.
Yeah.
Then they can absolutely change that. But if you're within of all those, rules and those, then you have the choice whether or not you want to make that a kids for only or not. But the thing is, there are all those new rules, which I didn't know existed. at that point. So when my son started his YouTube channel, I didn't know that he could not, like, every time he was live streaming, because he loved live streaming.
Okay.
I would be right there and I was out of the picture. And so they never knew I was right there. So they took his live streaming privileges away till 13 because he's under 8. You're not allowed to live stream or have your own YouTube channel until you're 13.
Interesting. And I really do appreciate Cashew is very up on these things for a variety of reasons, but clearly we've been educated a little bit on this with Cashew over a couple streams and some things, and this has been massively helpful. These little informationals for us have been great. So Cashew, I just want to say thank you for hanging around and putting up with us, and but also dropping this information has been very helpful for us and other people that don't really know some of these finer details. And sometimes you just don't know them until you need the answer. And someone did. So fantastic. And then Brian, Brybot. Brybot's become aggressive tonight.
Brybot, really? So he's like his own robot. That's awesome.
Apologize for the content of the stream. You know, Brybot is not supposed to apologize for the owners of the stream. He's supposed to go. Right. He's supposed to kick out people, but apparently you can't kick out the people that are hosting the stream.
But here's a
steps over it.
Like, look at Creative Lady just saying that, you know, that's where we really love, you know, we like the good things.
I stepped over Patrick. First of all, I didn't even say hi to Patrick. I think I did see him pop in, and he left
a bunch of comments.
I know. I was having a breakdown with the tablet, and I skipped a bunch of people. I'm trying to go back and get caught up. But what is this? My ear hair are like little beards.
Little side beard.
Oh, you can imagine Brian. I mean, that dude can grow some hair. So it's just got to be a thing. Yeah. Old Wolfgang. Yep. My, one of my favorites, but Igor Stravinsky would be one of my favorites. Firebird Suite and some of the other beautiful, intense symphonies.
But look at Creative Lady, her last comment. That's what's great.
The visuals.
Yeah. No, one more down.
I'm trying to catch up. La 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 la. She loves it here.
That's wonderful, right? Isn't that nice to hear?
Now I feel like maybe someone has taken over her keyboard and is not letting her have access to it. Maybe a child who loves this kind of humor. No, thank you so much, and we love having you here. And we all know that you are classing this joint up, and it needs it a little bit. Oh, thank you so much, Cashew. Brybot versus Nightbot. Who you got? Well, yeah, where's the super wrench? Yeah, so no problem. I'm not saying hi. I stopped crying 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Guy comes back from California, comes into your stream, dropping a bunch of comments.
You know what I'll do? We'll put
bring him on right now.
We're gonna highlight.
Bring him on now.
We're going to highlight Everyday Tech.
Bring him on now.
Come on in, then. Come on into the stream.
What do you mean, come on in? Come on in. You have no way.
You have no way. You know what? We'll highlight. We'll put. We'll give a little ode to Everyday Tech in the description next week with his channel link. That's what I'll do to make it up to him.
Oh, really?
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a highlight.
Wow.
For streamer next week. That'll be my first one, and then I might continue that.
We might continue that. We might start a fad with that.
I think so. I think we ought to do a streamer highlight. We put them into the description, and we like, hey, everybody check out this. Why not? I think it's fun. I mean, because everybody has to kind of like put their stuff in. We could put a highlight in it. We have enough for many weeks because we've got a good solid 20 people that we can, put in that stuff. I'm not gonna put yours in there. I already do, I think, but why not? Unless I don't know. Do we have to ask people, or do you think that can we just do that? Like if we, I don't think Patrick will care if I do it. Would he?
No.
Well, no. Is he saying all nice? Yeah, I'm serious. Yeah, I should do it. I'll do it. I'll make a notation to do it.
I think we're coming up on. Congratulations.
See, so he's gonna I don't know. I wonder if he. Oh, wait, this week. So perfect. Next week, we kind of do a little highlight. And
another thing is, we got Robert hit 600 subs.
Did he? I knew he was close, but I didn't. See, okay.
38 or something.
There's just so many people doing these things, and it's great. We talk about it, but why not highlight a little bit of it?
Ashley hit 400 subs also.
Today
or yesterday, something like that. And then last week I told you, right, as I hit 50,000 views,
which is freaking awesome. And I said it was great. And you're like, it's not that big of a deal. I'm like, it is a big deal.
I'm about 2 months away from hitting my hours for monetization.
Wow, I'm about 14 years away. I have 82 subs. Have I told you I have 82 subs?
Dude, it will change. Trust me.
The whole thing is, I'm seriously not complaining. Like I saw, I think it was Todd who may have put me at 82, and I appreciate that very much. And I look at every one of them as a gift of joy, because they're all people who really came from live streaming. So they're people that I know. I mean, these are such this is about as organic as it goes.
Yep.
And people were so kind. Most of those people found the trailer video is not going to get discovered. So when I do this Go Like Solid video, I don't know, nobody's really into that, but that's the starting point of getting discovered by people to get subs. That's how it works. It'll be fun to see how that grows. But every one of the ones I've gotten now means so much because it's been done in a weird way through live streaming. So they're friends, and that's awesome, because that's 82 amazing friends.
Listen, I'm not tooting my own horn or nothing, no, I'm not. I'm just like, the thing that I got to work hard on is making some more videos, because that's part of how you get the, subscribers.
Yeah.
So I have to try to knuckle down on that, which time has been tough, but I really have to try to knuckle down on that and pick up my subscribers. If I'm going to be able to get monetized, because I don't want to be months behind on subscribers.
Yeah.
My watch.
You want that to line up. We're late in the stream, and, I'm not going to go like crazy long tonight, but I wanted just to throw this out. I do as an idea. We're talking about doing highlighters, and I have one thing that is on my list is to really get my vMix in order, because I really enjoy using vMix. I like the look of it. I like the feel of it, and I want to be a part of that. Right. Nothing wrong. I'm not dissing StreamYard one bit. I think it's a great tool. But for what we want to do, I need to get caught up so both of our streams are on vMix, and so we can expand on that platform.
Yeah.
And I think part of that would be with the streamer highlight. We can even do a little bit more with that, I think. But as I expand out, I have an idea. I threw it by Brian this week, but I need to do more. Like, I need to get some weekend quick hit streams. You and I have talked about that, doing our own streams, kind of doing our own things, right? And I'm going to lean into Notion, but I realize, it's not going to be just Notion. It's going to be Notion. I'm really good at web development and design and that process, and other things I'm working on with editing, whatever. It doesn't matter. So I have like 6 categories, which are part of my channel, art, production, community, that kind of thing. And so what I've decided to do, and I don't care if anybody steals it because it doesn't matter, but I'm kind of going to do this whole thing of like streams that are called stream slices.
Hold on.
So I'm going, Did you hurt yourself?
Let me write this down.
Okay. Do you know how to use the pencil?
I have a pen.
No, I was thinking about doing something called streaming slices. And then you'll have like a pie chart with each thing. And then that particular live, let's say it's on Notion, that pie slice will be highlighted. It's a Notion stream, that slice. And I'll keep it short, but it'll be a slice of knowledge about that particular item. So I think
have slices broken up of a pie.
Yes. And it'll be like tech, editing, Notion, web, whatever, those 6 main compartments. But the one that I'm dealing with that week will be highlighted and pulled out of the pie chart. And it'll be a streaming slice of knowledge.
That's a good idea.
Full pie. And I think that'll be kind of cool, because then I can come in and be targeted on that. And also at the same time, that visual lets people know it isn't always just about that.
Right.
And then of course I can playlist those out if it matters, but
visually see which slice it is right away.
Yeah, I want to do that. I want to make that visual grab right there. And
so don't steal this idea, but I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to have 7 continents.
Okay.
And one continent's going to be productivity. One content's going to be OBS. One content's going to be vMix.
Okay.
One content's going to be cameras.
Okay.
And tech.
The problem is you don't know how to spell continent. It'll be incontinent.
I'll say piece of land.
Okay. What do you think? That'll work. That'll be good fun.
Just drink your coffee.
I I want to have fun with I want to have fun with that stuff. Yeah, we'll have a rogue pie chart. We'll have a row pie. It'll be about llamas or anything. It could be just anything. It'll be just like anything goes streaming slice. We'll get out there and we'll hammer on it.
I just can't.
Or the other one would be knowledge nodes. I might do that too. I haven't decided which way I'm going to go. Yeah, steal it. Don't care.
I like that because that's kind of cool because I also think that if you're doing some side streams like that, really simplifies how you could set up the thumbnails for each section.
Yeah, going to keep them simple.
Make it simple.
Reuse them.
Visually know exactly what piece of the pie you're getting.
Yeah,
and you draw different people in from those pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I can have a tag, and of course, the description will fill it out. But I mean, just kind of do it right. And yeah, I'm kind of excited to do that. That'll make things easier. I don't want to have to. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We can have a new crypto called llama dropping. That's not a bad idea.
That'd be a big one.
Coin droppings.
I got a
llama coin droppings. Llama coin.
There's a horse running in the 8th named Toilet Seat. Put everything you can on it.
llama Bitcoin. Llama something like that. Llama drop coin.
How much crypto does Brian Paul have?
I don't know. A lot. Look at his beard. No one has a beard like that if they don't have a huge stash of Bitcoin.
Saves the data in the beard.
He's also probably got a what do you call it? Prepper bunker. And because look at that beard. I just love that she's thinking about pie now.
He's probably thinking about pie. I
had to do that. That's what I'm doing with these lives. I'm glad you like them. I'm gonna keep doing my same lives because I like doing all those different ones, but I have to do, we have too much to do for me to be doing this kind of like stuff all the time. You know what I mean? I mean,
just
the other stuff. So I simplified it. I'll change colors, do some design, put a different photo in the background, simple to slide in. But I was getting I was spending a lot of time on that, which I think was great because I learned a lot and I didn't have any other videos. But at this point, I need to be focusing on things. And one thing I want to show you at some point, I want to get into, and maybe you'll like the idea, maybe you won't, but I've been stuck on this thing as we talk about flow and we talk about Notion and file management. And I've maximized my processes on that at this point. There is no more like doing that. The Stream Deck will be a big piece, maybe to pulling that all together from a access. But I was running into a problem, and I don't know about you or anybody else here, but I realized my biggest hiccup in this whole process wasn't editing. It's scripting. Now I watched your video and I just respect anybody who can go out there and do what you did. I'm not saying you didn't script. I can't seem to do it. Like I can't seem to have the words.
Oh, I started out in the beginning though. It's like I had a real difficult time in the beginning of that video. And then my wife is like, you bought the freaking teleprompter. Why don't you just use it? And I'm like, well, because it's really a couple sentences. And what happens is, and just to be really honest with anybody who's watching, is when you don't do a video for a while, I got a little like anxiety over it. I got like, I started like having a flood of thoughts coming in. And it was like, oh my God, just focus in, man. And here's the thing that I learned about myself also, is I have a hard time, real hard time with taking a chunk of time. Like if it's 2 hours and just doing something productive about a video for 2 hours and then not finishing it. I always feel like I need to start and finish something pretty big. So it's like, if I have a 2 hour chunk, I feel like, okay, I can't get enough done. I don't even want to use this 2 hours. And I just have to get past these things. That back.
If it makes you feel better, I'm the same way.
Yeah, but we have to do better.
Yeah. Now, I think the question isn't that we feel this way or others feel this way. The question is why. And I thought about it.
Finish the whole thing.
Why?
Like I could literally just
why go. Though? Why? That's a thing. That's not why.
Because I get ultra focused, and that's the problem. Is my wife will always say is I have this thing when I start it that I get ultra focused, and I'll stay up to 3 o'clock in the morning doing it, and I don't do the same thing. To do that.
You don't, and I do the same thing, and it's always diminishing returns. Here's mine, and I'm not saying you fit this. I keep pressing the why because there's a why back there, and I've come to the conclusion of the why for me, why I have that issue. And I think it is perfectionism. That's always my answer, right? And I realize it's not my problem. My problem has been up until now, I start to worry I'll lose my thoughts around it that I have, or where I have it in my head where I want to go. And I just want to finish it. So I don't have this almost a fear of not finishing the thought somehow. I've had this problem.
I think that there's something similar for me too.
Okay. So I ran into this issue, and that's why I spent so much time in the last couple months bearing down on things where this traps those things so I don't work. Notion is huge. And I have firmed up my video page template now to where I think you haven't seen the new version of it, where I think now it's ready to be public. And then I've taken that whole flow, but I still was running into a problem because one thing inside that video thing was a button and opens up a script for that page, for that particular video. Yeah. So it's a blank thing. Okay. I'm sitting here staring at it going, I still can't, my head is all over the map. I'm in the intro. I'm in the middle. I'm conclusions. Here's what I did. And I could show it to you, but I think I'll wait on it. We'll do it another day. Yeah, I'm a huge mind map guy. So I created a template called the Script Incubator. I showed it to Brian, but what it is there's nodes, intro node. There is, so the intro, there's the pain point, there's the solution, the demo, and the conclusion. Let's just say those are the basic nodes, and each one of those nodes has 4 things. It's got a director node thing where it's just director notes about what I want to do with the introduction. If I'm a director, this is what I want to do. I want to convey a premise or a vibe or whatever. I'm not getting too, this is that node. This is this node. Like the director is just my voice in my head that I always have going, this is what you want to convey at this structure, the step and the thing. Then the next one would be key points. So I list my key points I want in the introduction there. I just put them in there. It's so easy to use mind map. And then the next one is my script one. And you click in there and it bullet points and I start writing my script for the introduction. And it's in the introduction node. And the last one is B-roll notes. So I'm like, well, B-roll, I think I want to have stock footage here and animation here. But it's all in that one node. Everything else is closed down because I get so overwhelmed. Then I move on, or I can do them in tandem. If I have thoughts in the shower, I want to come out and go, oh, I want to add this in this particular part where the solution is. I want to add that in my key points or in my script. Now, when I'm done, if I do this right, and it did work on this first video, it's one thing that got me over the hump. Then what I do is go back and I copy all the script notes from each node and I paste them in to my script page on my video, which is sent to my teleprompter. So I always feel like I'm not going to, I have these traps set up for my mental thing because I get all over the map. I just cannot.
That's even that is way deeper than I get into it. So
it's not,
once you have the nodes up, it doesn't matter, right? Because then it's not like once you have it broken down like that, it's not necessarily that every one of those things are going to be a hurdle. It just might be one of those things.
It might be just one. That's the thing. You use any of these tools, whether it be Notion, the template, how you need to use it.
I was going to say, I'll give you an example. My real big problem in the video I did was the big thing was really just I had to worry about an intro, because then once I get into showing you what I'm doing,
you're comfortable.
It's basically just showing you how to do what I need to show you, right? Which is not hard for me. The hard thing is to be able to explain it in detail and get my point across. I always have to add some type of text to explain myself because I feel like I can't get my words out the way I should.
It's free form. It's very difficult. It's different. When you're doing the explanation of a product, you feel less vulnerable. I saw this with the trailer where it wasn't a product. It was all about me. Right. And we all are comfortable talking about ourselves in a way, because that's very vulnerable to do and emotionally to do. It is difficult. But when you start talking about, well, the difference between the Wave XLR and the Go XLR, and we start to talk specifics, we're not emotionally attached to that. And we just, we bring that out. Now, go ahead.
Patrick is he gets the same, scenario. Being away for a month, he did a couple live streams, you come back. And you always when you hit that camera, when you hit the, record, it's like, I almost feel like what I need to do and what I usually do is I just close my eyes and take a deep breath. And then I just start out with a pace, because when you don't do it for a while, it's like you just all these thoughts try to crowd your head and get this stuff out.
I don't care how good of a musician you are, and I've heard this from every level. You don't play for a while and then you go play. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to fail. You're not, but there is a little bit of, it takes a minute to get warmed up, let's just say. But look, you may only need, like, you may walk in and pull up like a mind map node, and it has, well, you know, maybe the director notes, key points, and then script, and then B-roll, whatever you need to get through that. You use whatever you use. I have this particular video. You think, well, why do you need all this? Well, because as I do, I made this a little bit more than I should have. And you know me. And I have a visual, I have an idea. And whether or not, look, either this process is going to smooth out where I can do at least 2 videos a month doing what I want to do, or I will have to start scaling back on what I'm trying to do. I will find that intersection. But I maxed out all. I love this. Like, I love my chain. Like, I want to show it to everybody, and I'm not saying everybody would get use out of it and use it like I do, but if it would help one person, one thing helps somebody, then I'd be happy to do that. But for me, I know my mind, and I have a lot of thoughts. I do have a lot of creativity, and I have a lot of thoughts, and I try to overthink it. And so for me to have a place to go in and cultivate like this, the script, and then just copy out that and dump it in my overall script and edit, and then throw it in the teleprompter, it's beautiful. It really keeps me compartmentalized.
I definitely think you overthink like tremendously, but
yeah, I do.
But the thing is,
I do.
The thing is, when you get to a happy medium with the way you eventually will get things rolling, and I hope to God that you do get to that happy medium where it's not like always thinking you have to be at some level or that in your head or something, but you're going to do great stuff. I could see it. Just the only problem I see with you being so like new to everything is I just hope that at some point you don't hold yourself back. You know,
no, you know, and I voiced that to myself. I voiced it to some people in my circle. I
love what you're doing.
Yeah, but it's always that dance. And I'm a person that will do things, but I'm honest about stuff. Like, so, I know that I've maxed out. Like, once I did this was something that was the last piece where I went, what am I really struggling with? What am I avoiding? Script. The words of finally saying, now in my head, I have so many words and visions and things I want to do and say that I think would be valuable, blah, 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 blah. But it comes fast and furious. And if I don't have a place to put things to set them up, I'm going to get in trouble. But at the end of the day, John makes a good point. And then I think about this constantly going, well, if at some point that the process itself can't get you efficient enough, then at some point you have to pull back a little bit. You have to find.
If you start doing a little bit of Notion, what do you have to script out? Like, if you know it's going to be this is what I want to show, then it's like
I'll be honest with you,
that would be easy.
I know, but here's the thing. I get into this situation because I'm all over the map. I have, for me, the introduction is its own video. The pain point's its own video. You understand? So I have each one of those is too big in my head. Like, and I know that that's an overreaching thing that I do because I want this B-roll I see, and this is going to be fun. I'm going to do this.
About doing a live stream.
Oh, I'm not talking about live stream. Live streams are no brainer. I'm set up to do live streams now. There's no reason why I can't do live streams now. I didn't before because I felt I wasn't at a point where I was comfortable saying, yeah, this is the alternative, or this is what I really like doing. I'm at a point now. I
just want to see you start doing a couple little live streams of showing.
Okay. I was talking about videos, not live stream. I don't need to plan live streams or like this.
So this would just be video.
This is just recorded videos, live streams. I'm at a point.
Giga Art stopped in here. And
I want to get to. Thank you for first of all, thank you for stopping in, and we're just getting our own conversation. And thank you for the colors. I'm working on it. You probably heard my conversation about the paint. And John and I, we're brothers from another alien because we have a lot of the same values on so many things, and I'm even using this paint color, so that's what it's come to.
We have a lot of same values, and we have a lot of the same struggles. And
we do, yeah.
Which is really weird to me. Like when Jeff talks about him being an introvert, I have a hard time seeing that too, because he's just, very, very comfortable with talking to people and kind, and he actually. He wants to engage more than me sometimes. Like, and the thing is, we find different people. Like, I don't do well with certain energies that Jeff may do well with, and there's certain energies that I do well with. I have a hard time with, you know, probably certain types of things. Like I am, I think you have to look at like where I came from. So I came from a person that basically had to take myself and carry myself through a lot of things in my life. And so I don't have a lot of empathy. I guess that's probably true. I don't have a lot of empathy for people that say they can't do, or it's hard for them, because every single accomplishment in my life to get where I was hard for me.
I'd say you have empathy, but you exercise your empathy in a way that it's about, I'm going to give you the information. I'm going to challenge you to better yourself. I'm going to challenge you to do this. So your empathy, and sometimes people don't realize compassion isn't just about handing a tissue. And I'm making an extreme example. There is a heavy-handed compassion thing out there where I'm not trying to be mean, but the world can sometimes be an unkind place. And I want you to be prepared to deal with that.
It can be.
Right. And YouTube can be an unkind place, not only what other people can do to us, but what we do to ourselves. And so I think, you really do care, but you don't want people to sit around and spend you don't have time for that. And I know a lot of people like that. And we both, what I love is we both take that situation differently in a way, but we both respect the value of how we both view it and handle it.
If I see somebody,
thank you, Mr. Dahmer. I really love that,
making a go and they need help, that's one thing. But I don't have a lot of empathy for people that say, well, I can't do this because I don't have the support, or I don't have this and I don't have that. It's like, listen, you're talking to a kid who had to go an extra year to graduate high school. I didn't go to college. I didn't know where I wanted to go until I was 30 years old. I worked my butt off since I've been 14 years old, maybe earlier. So it's like all these things are because of, the choices that I made, because no one made a choice for me. I made all my own choices and die by them and live by them.
And we see that a lot with freelancers and creatives. Often creatives in some way, I don't want to say they were isolated, but in some way they were isolated in their spirit, and using creativity often as a way to connect. And so you see a lot of that. And I think we all just handle it differently. And there are different ways to do that solution. You should never really, there is no one way. Some people handle different things. Some people need compassion in that real sense, and other people need tough love.
Like I don't know how to, I'm not a very good explainer, especially of myself, but I'm just not, because I am a lot of times right off the bat, very black and white. Right.
Yeah.
And it takes me a while to be able to see the gray in between. And the older that I have gotten, the more that I have been able to see more of the gray in between. Like, for instance, Jeff just said that people look at things and react to things in different ways. Well, just me going through a very traumatic motorcycle accident in the last few years has caused me to have anxiety in different situations, and that I'd never had before in my whole life. So yeah, people change. Different things occur in people's lives that hit off triggers and reactions, and stuff happens. But still, nonetheless, I don't feel sorry for myself. I get up every day and just do what I got to do. And, some days it's harder than others, and some days it's easier, but I'm not going to go out here. I'm not going to go out here and cry the blues to anybody about it. I'm just going to knuckle down and do the work.
Right. Yeah. You I don't want to say grind it out, because that seems a little cold, but I mean, you just stay after it. But I mean, pretty much anybody, for example, I'm looking at all these names, they're people who stay after it. And that's the thing, they're consistent, they're getting after it, they're doing the things.
Perseverance.
Persevering. And that's what you have to do in this kind of adventure, or any kind of, if it's music, or if it's art, or if it's YouTube, it doesn't matter. These things are never going to be static. We're always going to be chasing something. Musicians, because I'm a musician, I know this so well.
Right.
You're just never going to know everything. It's always someone's better than you. And it's endless. You could live 1,000 lives with music and never really know it all. And I know there are savants, but usually they're very good at one thing. But I'm talking about everything. Like it's impossible.
I just think it's perseverance. Like no matter what, like even if you can't be consistent at this time, even if you have a plan to get back to it, it's a plan, right?
But here's the thing. The only thing I'll say to that, it's okay though, but it's okay sometimes to feel like, I failed or I quit. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's going to happen
because 90% of what makes you successful. The big success of everything is 10%. The failures are 90%.
Yeah.
And that's the truth.
Yeah.
Because it takes a lot of failing to get good at stuff. And that's the problem. People get overwhelmed by the failures.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Then they handle the help differently. Like, so if they get overwhelmed, what is the message that's going to get them past being overwhelmed? And everybody's different.
I tell you what resonates with me, from our discussions. And I know you've heard this probably 5 times already in the last month and a half, but the more you talked about yourself, and you were saying that I'm a type of guy, I really try to embrace the journey. And that was your thing. You were talking to me one day, and this was after we had done a stream, and you're like, I really just embrace the journey. I take that in, and that is really important to me. And I was like, I've known this for a million years. My wife has told me so many, and it's like, I am never living in the now. I don't.
It's interesting.
I'm always worried about what's going to come up around the corner, being prepared for this. I had to fight that battle to get where I am. And it's like, I never just live in that moment, enjoying that moment. And so I am trying hard as heck. Patrick, thanks for stopping in, man.
Always good, Patrick. Good night, man.
Good night. Nice seeing you. I'm trying more and more because I want to be successful at this. I do. And if you're not enjoying the journey of YouTube and what we're doing and spending all these hours and making all these connections, and if you're just out there meeting people for sub and trying to get to this point and this level, and along the way I'm not meeting those people who are making my soul enriched, right?
Yeah.
If I'm not meeting these people who really change my make, I'm dying inside.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys feel this way at all, but there's a lot of along the way of being successful with YouTube that is non-living. It is dead to the soul. And then you got to really make sure that you're at least have the things that can make you happy, because I know a lot of people want to get to a point of monetization. They think everything's going to change and turn around. And it is a big deal. It is a constant thought in my head, but then it's like what to do after that. Because I want to take that breath in and enjoy that. And then from there, I want to be able to say, okay, calm down.
But you see how hard it is for you to do that. Like, so that's hard. That's so that people say, just enjoy it. That's kind of up there with someone. That's why we have to be careful when we say, just pull yourself up and do it. It's like, well, it's easier said than done, right? Because everybody has different.
Well, you can say it nonchalant to people that you don't have some connections with, and it can feel that way.
Yeah.
And when you stop and talk, to people, and if you knew me, and if I sat down and I said, listen. And this, and there's things in your life that you just went through a bunch of stuff, right? With everything. And everybody's going through stuff. There's a lot.
Everybody goes through something,
right? Yeah. So I just moved, the whole school thing with my son. My wife's a teacher. The changes that go on constantly with all this stuff about going to school, not going to school, work schedules, everything this past couple of years has been so stressful.
Oh my God. Yeah. COVID. Thank you.
Started with a YouTube channel, which, that was the blessing of it all. Then the other blessing was meeting the people that we have met, meeting Patrick, meeting Lala, Giga Art, and, just all these people, Robert and Ash, and everybody who I've met. And and people will come and go, and then we'll resonate, with some people, but along the way, we'll always be able to look back and say we started with these people and we've done things with these people, and those are cool things. But I need more. I am a living, breathing, interacting person on a very,
which is why you love live streaming so much, and I do too. And you say, oh, you can't believe people know I'm an introvert. Now you put me in a situation. I'm a kid who, between the time I was born and the time I graduated high school, my family moved 21 times.
Yeah,
that means I've moved multiple times during school years. I'm used to moving around the country and having to deal with loss and dealing with new people. What you do deal with is learning to become a chameleon. You learn how to blend in, because as a kid, if you don't, it will not end well. And my brothers and sisters had the same discussion with me not too long ago. That's the upside. But what happens is you become a watcher to do that. So you tend to go places and you sit off the side. You become really good at watching people and understanding what's happening. Now, when I don't want to go to that place because I'm not comfortable. Now, when I'm there and I start trusting something or a person, I will open up, and I'm happy because I do love social interaction, which gets back to what Cashy was saying about being emotionally sensitive extrovert. I think that's probably more true than being a full-blown introvert. There's some truth to that because it's complicated, right? So yeah, I think we're a lot alike. I think you're the same way.
Moving 21 times, because I think I moved about 8 times.
It's a nightmare.
Before I was 8 or 10.
We wouldn't even unpack.
Yeah.
We just, mom's like, just don't even bother. Because it's just not, don't make friends. That sucks. And I don't have any friends.
I just know, like, this week alone, like, I have a stream coming up on Thursday. I didn't even do my thumbnail yet. I was
been there.
Yeah. And it's just like, I was like, man.
Let me ask you something. I want to, because we're going to end this soon. I want to ask you something. And anybody else, if you're still here, you want to jump in, by all means. But I'm really fascinated by the issue of the fact that you want, or you feel this desire, this big desire. Once you start working on the project, it's got to get done. Once you start the filming, it's got to get done. Right. And I'm a person who has it all in my head, but I'm stuck on the tipping point of movement. Like, I got it all done. I shot B-roll. I started all this. Right. And I look at it and I'm starting to think that part of the problem, I know Elon Musk, for example, I know other people have said it, for the quote of, if you have 30 days to clean your house, it'll take you 30 days. If you have 3 hours, it'll take you 3 hours. And we do have a tendency to fill the space allotted to us too. So that probably is kind of my problem. Like, I think I have to start setting harder deadlines to light my ass on fire a little bit, pardon the French, in a way. In other words, if the deadline might be the precipice that pushes me past this threshold of getting caught up and getting into the weeds, I think that's my issue. Your issue.
I waste hours thinking about when I should start.
Same. So I think I have to start being a little bit more. I mean, I do.
Right.
And
like,
I got it all in my head. Like,
this now or not, because I got to finish. Right. It's that whole thing.
Tomorrow I have open, but I have an oil change at noon, which means I will get interrupted if I start in the morning, for example.
So what? Right. That's what you want to say. Like,
I do say that. I know, but then I'll have a different shirt on maybe, or it's stupid. It's the bottom line. It's dumb. It's excuse making. And I'm trying to build ways out of that a little bit. Part of it is I have this where I have everything. If I'm in the shower, if I'm on the couch, I can do it on phone, tablet, wherever. I can pull up Notion, boom, drop my nuggets. So it's building in my script. It's building in my stuff, my R&D page, or all my videos. Everything's dumped in. It's all consolidated. I have no excuse for my gathering. I know where it is. I have a script incubator, for example, right? So now it's about, your problem is you probably need to set some deadlines because you need to light a fire, son.
What I want to do is say, okay, you're going to go in and just record what you need to record. That's it. Just finish recording it. Make sure you have it all. Make sure it all makes sense. And then I should be able to walk away.
Well, let me ask you though, do you get caught? Here's what I end up doing. And I might need to change my approach to this. I have a tendency, I go, okay, this is my idea. I create the page, and I start building A to Z everything, including B-roll shots, including this and that. And I think it's overwhelming the process. I need to maybe think, okay, what is your A to Z A roll shot and main points? Get that done, then go back in and start worrying about, don't even get into B-roll. And I mean, sometimes you have to think about that.
You got to pick your enemy at that time. Am I getting B-roll about this? Am I not getting B-roll? Like, I don't, no matter what it is, then if you're going to set, you should know I record B-roll separately. Okay. So then are you going to record your sit down? So what I'm just saying is record what you got to record. I would record B-roll separately anyway.
Well, you do record it separately. I'm just saying when in the process do you start even thinking about it? I
wouldn't care if it was before or after. It doesn't matter to me.
It could matter though. For example,
but whatever makes sense more. So that's how I look at it. Like,
I think a lot of people are going to say you just shoot it when it makes sense. A lot of people, what they want to do, and that's how I built my stuff, is normally they're going to shoot the A track. You're going to go back in and look at it and edit in your mind and go, and I have a B-roll.
I want to lay my B-roll over the
Here's timestamp. Here's timestamp 2 minutes in. What is it you want here? What kind of footage is it? Here's timestamp 3. And you start to do that. Then you go to get your B-roll footage, and then you start your editing.
I have an example here, right? We just got the new laptop.
I'm sorry, Cashew. That's cracking me up.
The what?
Yeah,
I know.
You're dropping my nuggets, man. Thanks for catching that.
B-roll, like on the laptop that I just got. I'm thinking I'm going to do a video on it because it's a brand new laptop that just came out, right? The Legion.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
So I'm already like, no. Right after my intro, I'm going to do B-roll, and I'm going to go from one side of the laptop to the other and just go through all the ports that are on the laptop and show off the laptop, right? Yeah. So I know kind of like how that rolls into it, and then just talk about the laptop. And I'm going to be doing this laptop from a non-gamer's perspective.
Okay. So that's the premise. And that's how I built, like I have a premise node, right? And that's part of the director notes. Like, what is the premise? Get your premise out there, dictate what that is.
Production, right. Some B-roll,
right?
My premise, right? Which is like the main reason of everything. And then end it for what it is.
For me, I have to break it up more chunks where I kind of build, I have a story, and it's going to be an introduction. It's going to be filled with the premise and the setup. Then I'm going to start getting into probably like pain points, solutions, demo. I'm going to walk the storyline.
Does that relate to everything? It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Sometimes it's a hero's journey. Sometimes it's just like, here's how you plug it in. But generally speaking, I want my videos to have a story arc to it. So that's how I work. That's how I want to my videos. That's the videos I like to see, where I go, maybe they don't have to be as B-roll juiced is what I have in my mind, because I love doing it. Now in what I'm seeing, what I've shot for this video I've done, I think it's funny, and I like that I did it. And I learned a lot, but at the end I could be going, Jesus, man, you wasted a hell of a lot of time here. Yeah. And for what, I don't know.
There is a certain, like, when you start thinking like that about your videos, that's the creative part that's coming out, though, that in the end that you'll be happy about, that you did take the time to do it.
Well, that's key. And then what's key about that is it brought me joy, which means I was enjoying my journey of doing that. Where we always get into that rub is, how much time is it taking you? I think I have to just be kind to myself and go, the first couple, if you're going to do this, probably going to take you a minute. So, but I started thinking about deadlines, and I thought, this thing has to be done and out of the can, let's just say by August 31st. That's a long time yet, but let's just say August 31st, just to throw that out there. And then I'm going to set a deadline for 2 videos in September and see how that goes. And then I'll play out the rest of the year, right? I have to do that at some point.
I think, depending on how much time you have, in my head, I would have loved to seen you got a video out in 1 week.
Yeah.
Like I think if you have the hours that I have when I'm at work, and that's how much time you have, and I don't know if you have all that time or not.
Well, I don't. I'm working. I mean, I practice 3 hours a day. And then I have clients that I do. I don't actually have all day to do this stuff.
Okay.
No, I don't. No.
Probably close to the same book of how much time you have as me.
Yeah, I mean, I work. Like I have to get up and get on with clients who have problems and spend all day.
I'm out the house at 6 o'clock in the morning.
I'm not up that early.
So. I'm out the house at 6:30, and I'm back home at 5.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is I might have an extra hour. Let's just say on a good day, I'll have an extra 2 hours that you don't have probably. And that's a lot of time. I'm not like, but then how are they flowing? Do I need a break because I've got this or I have a live that night and I'm prepping, like what is that time really? Like it's only 20 minutes here or it's 30 minutes here. It's not a charred chunk.
No.
So it's not like I get a really good flow. It gives me time if I want to try to get into Notion, maybe add some notes. So I'm not complaining. I don't want to make excuses. And I've used that to develop a lot of things, but also try to do things.
Probably on track with what we were thinking about is that you should be able to get 2 videos out in the month. Definitely. Like there's no doubt.
Yeah.
But I'd like to,
I would like to do the 1 a week. I think that if I pull back a little bit, if I compromise and pull back a little bit and got good at what I'm trying to do, I think the week is there. I think I could do that week. I do. Well, and thank you, Ash. we are like complete idiots. And yeah, I can't believe 3 hours in. We were supposed to I was going to kill this earlier. And we're probably talking amongst ourselves, although I see people lurking. And thank you, Ash. Nice to see you. And you need to go to bed. You probably have to get up a little early, like John, and do your business. And I'm going to let John go in a minute, too, because he has to get up early.
I'll be up before everybody, trust me.
You will be up for everybody. You're just a crazy man. That's why you were such a good time tonight. I have to tell you. These are just good discussions, and they help me. They help me analyze and really start to dial in, because this is about dialing in the answer. It's not about a simple straight line A to Z answer. It's definitely about dialing in. This is a thing.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
like,
I overthink this too. My thumbnails took a lot of time in a way, or they took time away. And I overthink, like I need to have this. And I do try to put things together, and I try to be thoughtful about what I'm doing and have something. And of course we get off script pretty quick. But I do take it seriously, and I do use the lives as an excuse to learn something. So the Stream Deck, for example, this thing, I have a whole page dedicated to for this live setup, and all my research is in there that I will be able to lean on, of course, and go back. I took a deeper dive into GoXLR, and that'll be another discussion going, I go too deep because I don't feel I know enough. Did I go too deep into this information? Did I go too deep into the TC group that owns TC Helicon and got in bed with IVL because they were in voice electronics and Tawny and all these groups? Like I went, deep dive into how TC Helicon was formed, because it was interesting if you really go back and look. So, you know what I mean? Like how deep should we really go on these? And that was always something that I'm too new to this to know. But I see you and Ash and others putting out videos at a pretty good pace. And
that's not me.
But I appreciate her saying that, because I said, huh? There's
certain goals that I want to achieve different than people. So I want to live stream more in the long run.
We both have that goal. So I think I don't worry. I feel like we do have a big chunk of something else going on. And so we have to allow for that and go, we're doing this other thing. And there's some things that behind the scene that we're trying to do. And I actually really appreciate Ash saying that, because you sometimes wonder if I always go, am I making an excuse that we actually do spend 6 hours twice in a week without fail, the setup for that, getting the thumbnails done, preparing for it. It does take a substantial amount of free time we don't have, I guess.
We do that now for a lot of the reasons.
Yes. I mean, we won't do it forever this long.
It's like, so when things really start working out really well for us, and I really believe we'll be sticking to an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's where we will settle in nicely at an hour and a half, and that'll be great. And this is a great way to learn on the job. People can come in and come out. We'll get to, people find us that wouldn't find us if we were only here for an hour.
Who knows where we go with everything? Maybe eventually you and I might be doing a stream together every other week. I mean, we don't know.
We don't know. Yeah.
So the thing is, it's really just to see where I would like to continue with something together as the future, because I just think I think it'll be just fun to do that. I think it's got a good thing going for it. And then, but the thing is, all these hours that we spend right now figuring all this stuff out is going to make us be able to make those decisions when the time comes. Or when we're just doing an hour and a half on each day, then it doesn't seem so cumbersome. And then we can go and do another 1 or 2 hours of live streaming by ourselves.
Yeah. And then there's definitely a settlement. There's definitely a way to put that together, and it will work itself out. But you can't, that's the thing. The only way that's going to work out is
that right now. No,
the only way we can do things is to essentially grind and figure things out and continue to learn. And we knew this was going to be a painful, we knew right out of the gate, hey, it's going to be a painful summer and painful fall.
Yeah. But also part of the reason why we do the grind is so we keep on building the community. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Jeff won't break up with you, John. Don't worry. He'll break up with me first, but because he has no heart. Good night, gentlemen, and everybody else. Thank you, Ash. Have a great.
I have no heart.
You know, I'm kidding, brother. Have sweet dreams, Ash. We will see you soon. Does she have a live tomorrow? Is she doing live again tomorrow? Okay.
Yes.
So Ash has a live tomorrow. Everybody, make sure to check that out, please.
I believe it's 8:30.
Are you modding tomorrow for her?
If I can get in there, I'm going to definitely stop in.
Okay. I need to stop.
I don't know how long I'll be there, but I'm going to stop in.
I love checking out of course, check out the replays when I can, but I mean, I need to step in there more lives. Yeah, this is all going to work out.
I told you, I came right home from work.
I know.
3 hours. Yeah.
This is a lot of time. And I think it's affected your ability to stay on your pace of videos, but also I think it's been good for you to do something you really enjoy, cultivate that, and then step back and look at how you were doing and want to do your videos.
I mean, there's that too. And plus in my personal life, I have to I have to have a better setup of my health and conditioning.
Yes.
And I need to get more back into that. And I need to be able to my sleep needs to be on a much better level. So I can get up earlier to work out, or later when I come home from work.
Let me just point that out. So, you're talking about the extra, that's where I spend my time. So the extra hour or so I have a day, like I'll run almost every day. Well, what time you get everything on and do everything and shower, you are an hour and a half. Like I've chosen to make, that's the best time of that use that I have found. I don't think I could sustain these types.
I am falling apart at the seams at those areas.
Yeah. And it gets into you. It gets into your psyche and it wears on you. And for me, with incredible anxiety, I don't run for weight, although it's a side benefit, I guess. I run, if I'm being just completely honest with you, I run for help depression and to help anxiety. It smooths that out. And so I've chosen to maintain that to stay in balance. Yes, it'll be a constant work in progress. Yep. For all of us. It always is. It's an ever evolving entity. It never gets static. We will be there for each other. And that's what's awesome. And we will.
That is what's awesome.
We will. I think knowing that really is helping all of us. I think if we all felt we were all out on a limb kind of by ourselves and had to make all of these decisions.
That's me usually.
Yeah, me too. And what I don't like about that is tonight I got a ton of feedback, for example, on different things from the studio, the paint, to positioning of the desk, to talking about the streamer's license. And then we all get feedback, right? And I get that from people I'm very comfortable with and trust and respect. And so I don't think I would enjoy this journey on my own, trying to come up with all that and everything else on my own. I don't think I would enjoy this. Just my 2 cents.
I'm weird because I have a hard time with not being in control. Like I like to control my situation usually from start to finish.
But I control my results. I just take in the input and decide what I want to filter through to use or to accept as something that affirms what I'm wondering about. Is that good input, or is that input that I go, maybe that's a better thought? And so in the end of the day, I still feel like I'm in control of everything, but I'm taking more input in because I think more knowledge is always better than less knowledge when I'm making a decision. But I think
I'm just saying from my standpoint, and I know that I've said this before to you, it is uncommon for me to be able to go into something and do what I'm doing with you. It is not a common thing.
Right. Yeah, you were clear about that right away.
Yeah. It is like it is so unusual for me to do that. So it takes a lot of trust, and it's not even feel like it's about trust of whether or not I'm going to get burned or not, because I could care less about that. It's really more about the trust of my time. Like I take it as a bigger insult that if you wasted my time rather than if it's anything else. Like in the long run, I always feel like people can burn you, but the thing is I don't know. I just like that's
why I don't like that either. That's something where I'll start to get a little irritated with people if you feel like, hey man, are you just dragging me down and waste of time here? Because time is in our world, especially today, the most precious commodity that we could have, right? And
time's important, but it's just knowing, kind of like I know that I can blaze my own path usually, right? So it's like it's never.
Of course you can. Yeah. I hear you.
But here's the thing: the more and more, like, and this is, we've never talked about this, so this is really something that we never talked about like this. But
a few people are going to get insight right now.
Yeah. Well, how many are here? Is there anybody?
I don't know, 8.
Okay. Well, anyways, so I go back and I look at our streams just like you do probably.
Yeah, I watch them.
Pick things apart and stuff. And the thing is, like, I see sometimes when I stomp on you a little bit because I am like, sometimes when I get into a discussion, the thoughts in my head, whatever Jeff is saying, like I don't even hear it almost, and so he'll laugh, right? He's laughing. He knows exactly.
I know you. I know you're full of love and care. I don't care.
No, I'm just saying, like, that happens. Like, I could just see,
sure,
in my head, and I'm trying to get through it, and it's just like, I know. Then when I see him laughing, I'm like, oh, I did it again. And then, but then it's like, when I'm talking about things, and they're things that are technical, and I'm getting like these points out. I'm good at that. I'm good at all these things. I'm good at look at the tech specs. I'm good at like telling you how to look at different perspectives for the equipment and stuff. But when we start talking about like the in-depth conversations about things, sometimes I am not as smooth with the words as Jeff is. And a lot of times that when we're talking about two different things, like Jeff has a better insight or a different insight than I do. And I really think that us being so different really does a good job at covering almost everybody.
Yeah, I don't want to pull back the curtain too deep, but the truth of it is, what we do together is real powerful, and we know that. We've had discussions, and we've heard some other people. I think that's what makes it so good and unique. And no, we don't have 300 people yet concurrently, but we will. And I think that the reason will is because we generally care. We care about people. We care about each other, and we do overlap in ways that are so great. And it's unique and hard to find in today's world. It's a needle in a haystack. I knew it. You knew it right away, and I was so happy and grateful, and I still am. And so, yeah, I love that idea, and that's why I want to keep pushing that forward.
And that's where I'm
leaning into it, because we should own that always. We do own that. We do own that.
Yeah, we do own that, but it's not like I never really came out straight forward as much, like I always say, oh, we're a little bit different. You're a little bit softer around the edges. I'm a little bit harder, but it's like, it's just that, like, we look at things a little different on different ways. And it's not that my way is bad or your way is better or my way is worse. It's just different sometimes. And I'm a very I'm hard around the edges.
Well, John, but see, this gets back to what we said before. There is a need for different perspectives for equipment. And because this is such a psychological, emotional world that we live in with YouTube and creativity, there are going to be people with different needs and different voices, as well.
But we're not all about equipment.
Right. We're not, but we offer different views on how you can get that. One could be more direct and like, man, you got to get after it. And I may be more someone like, well, let's talk about it in a different way, and try to probe it. But people are different. Some people need different ways, and we offer that up. And I like that. I like that we're not a one trick pony that way. I don't want to.
No,
be,
I wouldn't change it, but I think it's just, I think it's good in a lot.
Yeah, it is good. Yeah. And I know, yeah. So I know that's what you're saying. And I like that. And then I love that you feel that same way. And I do too. And it makes it fun for me. I don't need another me, and you don't need another you sitting over here. I love Brian.
It's true.
Sometimes I just need the probe. Now, I was going to think of you with the probe, but
I wasn't going to go.
That's a different type of result, and it's not compassionate. And so we're not going to. No, I love that. We needed some levity here at the end. We're getting so serious, but
no, it's not serious. It is good stuff though, because I think people underestimate. I know for a fact people underestimate, where this is all going to go. So,
well, I think it's hard. It's these are tough trails everybody's blazing, and we're trying to do something that's really difficult. That's
just like how I think when Ash is talking about some of YouTube's analytics, and when I talked about it, no one understood a thing I was talking about. There wasn't one person, probably but Ash, that kind of even knew what I was talking about in the analytics. And then the thing is there was no feedback about it because no one even knew what I was talking about. So I think that there's a lot of things that we touch that people don't even understand yet.
And so the question becomes, is it their fault, or is it we got to know different ways of being able to express information to people that don't know this information? Because
I think it's just that we need to have people that are willing to look at things at different perspectives. Like they have to be wanting to, like, what I noticed most about that whole stream was that everybody was overwhelmed by the analytics.
I know, but that's my point. Like at some point, is it the person who's the fault that's listening? Or is it going, okay, maybe we're talking over someone's heads here with this particular. It
wasn't talking over their heads.
But people if they didn't know what you're talking about, then in a way you are talking over their heads, aren't you?
So they may have not known what exactly we were talking about, but I was explaining it to them.
Fair enough.
All they were doing was shutting it down, that it was too overwhelming. So
yeah, I remember this. I remember the stream, and I was concerned about that last week when Brian and I started talking about S&Q and mixed frame rates. Now, maybe not as complicated as I think. Sometimes I worry that, is it a complication thing? Is it a delivery thing? Is it just the fact that people just aren't interested? And a lot of people refuse to learn things when they're really not interested, even when it's good for them.
Oh, that's true.
And so, I think one of the things people resist the most is that, for example, that's not a sexy purchase mentally. We say, I have all this money. I want to take I got this money. I can either take a trip to Hawaii, or I can replace my heater and furnace. Buying a heater and furnace is not a sexy purchase, but it's probably what you should do. But most people are going to go to Hawaii. And so it's very difficult to get the people to do probably what they need to do, but you don't want to force it either. But look, I don't know. I think too, man, that was one of our first streams. And I think it would be different now. I think you would be different now. I think they would be different now.
I don't
think so?
I don't know. I don't know for sure, but all I know is that.
Thank you, Brian. That's really nice of you.
What I'm trying to say is that sometimes you have to look at the hard things if you want to succeed. Like everybody wants to talk about, oh, how do I get more views? How do I get more of this? Or is it my SEO? Is the best as it should be, or this or that? Like, listen, all I can tell you is, yeah, you could know all this stuff, but I have been more surprised about videos that get more views that were crappy than the ones that are good. I can't even figure out still to this day why my second video on the M50 is sitting at 200 and something when it's got super great information about why you shouldn't buy the M50.
So the issue is the information not grabbing? Is the tags meaningless? Is the thumbnail garbage?
Well, the information's great. The thumbnail is just fine. It's not like great. like there's a few things that aren't too bad, and it's just like there's no rhyme or reason why it should be in the 300s, though. You know what I mean? So
that's the weird thing about this thing. So I get my view on all this is you have to know at least a little bit about everything, because you have to basically cover your ass when it comes to YouTube. Like you need to know enough about YouTube thumbnails. You need to know enough about content, making good content and filming, and you need to know enough about tags and SEO. Like you have to at least try to do all those things. And I think we all like certain things better than others. So then we spend more time into that, usually, like anything in life.
Yeah, but it's just what I'm just saying is sometimes you don't understand. Then you make a video, you know, that's called the budget XLR microphone, Phantom Power versus audio interface, and then it gets 3,000 views. You know, it's like
you don't know what grabs people, though, right? I mean,
well, the thing is, I think that you can't sit there and try to figure out why every video does good and why it does bad. No. Exactly. But you go in and you try to break it down. You try to figure out why did that video do bad or good. And you're not going to get the answer every time. You're just not, because sometimes YouTube pushes some things out and sometimes it doesn't. Even if
no one can answer to me why you're missing, you get a sub and then miss it the next day and then it comes back. I think there are some things that are just so weird that is what it is. I think sometimes I think this is overthought. I think at the end of the day, there is an equation to YouTube, and you do want to give as much attention equally to all facets that matter, from thumbnails to SEO tags to your content.
But I'm just thinking, like, just know, like, for instance, you want to stream at different times. We go at 9 o'clock 2 times a week. Okay. Mm-hmm. So now all of a sudden, okay, I want to do a couple streams outside of that time frame. Who's watching me the most besides USA? Okay. So then you go in and you look at your analytics and you say, okay, I have 60% of the US are watching my videos. Who's second here? Okay. I see India. India comes in at 10%.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to try something that's going to try to hit something, I'm going to do it earlier in the day, and I want to hit Europe and India in the daytime, just so I can put my outreach there a little bit. So maybe if I do a stream at maybe 10 a.m., then I know I'm going to be hitting India in the early evening. It's like, why not go for something like that? Just so you're using your analytics to get information about.
I wonder if part of the problem, and I look back at the people that were watching that particular stream, and I wonder if it's just part of where people are in their evolution. So I think a lot of times when I see anyway, it's people that start out are like, I know SEO and tags are important. I'll get to them. Like they're trying to figure out their lights yet. Their cameras, they are so worried about getting on camera and doing, like, there is a progression to this. I don't think for those people, I think they know it's important. But I think a lot of times what happens is like, I'm so up to here with just getting my lights on and figuring out this, that if I can't add this yet. I think that might be part of it.
People have good questions.
Yeah, if they're open into it, like they're mentally, or like, I'll remember, I'll do it. I agree. I mean, you should ask questions.
Learning from other people about things, and I ask those questions to those people.
Yes, but I would say, if I was being devil's advocate, I'd be saying you're at a higher level of progression than I would say most new YouTubers. Like you've kind of moved past. If you look at people who are 500 subs or 600 subs in, you really have push back on a lot of other levels pretty deep, like your presentation, your mic knowledge.
That's what I want to say is I am that kind of guy, like what I told you about, right? Hyper focused. So when I was at 200 or 300 subs, I was looking at all these things already. You know, I was like analyzing these things.
I know that, but you are a deep diver. And you are that kind of person. I don't think you're the norm. And I say that with respect. I think that everybody should be more like that, including me at times. Cashew says, each of you are engaging in areas of interest that fall within the scope of your passion and intellect. Thank you, by the way. That's very lovely. The people who join your streams are going to also have different strengths and weaknesses. That's important to remember. And then this is an extremely important follow-up, in that if you engage them successfully in more artistic subject, they will trust you to lead them in the world of analytics. I think that is what I'm not saying eloquently at all. That I think
he was like a timing thing.
Yes. And I think that there is a way to lead people into the information. Like, in other words, you can't just if you put a gourmet food in front of some people, a lot of people, depending on what it is, will turn their nose up. But sometimes you got to lead them a little bit into what's happening and why this is so great. And maybe you never tried this before. You know, you should try it, but you don't. I think as people that want to help people and as people want to give them medicine that tastes bad sometimes, which I think is analytics, it's not sexy. I think I think it's upon us a little bit to find ways to lead them to that water. I do. I don't want to put all the pressure on us or take any of that responsibility off of them, because I know that's going to drive you crazy.
Okay. You want to hear something? Okay. Because you're talking about these things, but I'm going to show you something really quick. Okay. And it's going to be one of my videos. Okay. Right here. And when this video came out, everybody was telling me, oh, they, that video was so good. We liked it and everything. And I was like, well, it was Canon M50 testing video.
I love these graphics you've done here.
Yeah, no problem. And so I did this video.
Right. I remember this one.
Yeah, it's horrible, dude.
Horrible? Really? I mean, that seems really subjective, but. No.
So, this is so engaging, right?
Well, it is. There's a build up to this.
You do know adults ride bicycles, don't you?
This is not horrible because it shows real world application of these cameras rather than someone just talking at you. So I actually dig this personally. But.
Okay. You do know adults still ride bikes, right? So here I'm showing both of them.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And I show this one comparing two different lenses. But a lot of people get this Canon M50 or the Canon M50 Mark II on 22 millimeter. The way this and really changed a lot with the sunlight. It was a idea. And then we'll come over here and get a good view of this little waterfall. I don't know. So anyway, I do a vlog with both of them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I respect that you went out there and on that limb and did that. It would have been much, people could have done that easily, like in a room, just like they normally do. Like I'm sitting here and here's the angle there, and they to go outside and spend the time to do that. I don't know. I think a lot of people do like it. It cuts through the white noise.
No one likes it. I didn't get any views on it. It's not good.
Now the question is, getting views is different than view drop off though. So what are we talking about here? Are we talking about the number of views? Or are you worried about
it wasn't engaging? It wasn't a good view. And what I'm saying is that people just tell you every time that your videos are good and this and that. And it's like the same stuff. And it's just
okay. You're going to get into that whole, you just want honesty about.
Yeah. Just, come in and say, hey, I'm taking the time to watch, but I don't want someone to stroke my ego about if a video is good or bad. That's just the way I feel. Like, because I have a hard time going in and leaving comments all the time. Like, and I want to be like, I want to make a comment, but I don't go in and make comments. Oh, your video is so good. This and that. I was like, I usually relate to the topic, which is if there's a topic about you're doing something about a camera, and it's like, oh, that's a camera that I've been interested in. I don't go in there and say, this video was so great. It really opened my eyes up. Like, I don't know. I just don't understand it. Like,
Brian didn't like his 5D review either. And he says, because I had 5 dislikes on 5 views. Christ. Well, I
don't know if you guys can know what I'm talking about, but it's just,
we know what you're talking about, but I mean, we've kind of
say and support you, but I don't want to be like, I know the truth. That's all.
But here's the thing. Why does that matter to you? Because it's not something you care about anyway. So it doesn't really affect you if someone strokes you or says they don't like your video, does it?
Does it bother me?
You always say it doesn't bother you. So, or
it just tells me about the person.
You're reading the person based on what they do. But I mean,
but these are people that I know. So it's like, but I don't feel like I don't understand I don't know how to explain it.
I get it. I don't know how it matters. And maybe because it broke off in the original point of trying to walk people to water with the analytics.
I do not think that all my stuff is great. Like,
well, it's not. None of our stuff is all great. That's
I guess there are people that think their stuff is great. And
oh, really?
They think their stuff is great. And I guess it's like,
it's so. At some point, it's just so dumb to worry about it. Like, the video is what it is. It's going to be sometimes pretty good, and sometimes it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be pretty bad, and I think attaching all this stuff to it after a while just kind of meaningless. Like, I think it's just, you do the video, you learn from it. There are times when you're really going to know you hit something, and if it's not good, I mean, I guess you just let it go. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. It doesn't really matter. I don't care if people want to stroke me or anybody, when they're doing it, but maybe that's just the way they talk, and maybe they're not comfortable saying something negative, but they want to offer support. I can't look into their intent of their heart.
I'm not saying you have to say something negative. What I'm saying is that you can go in and talk about what they're talking about. Like, it's a lot of times it seems like the comments aren't even related to what they're talking about. It's like, this was a great video. I love the way you did this in the video. Okay. You know who says that? Other creators. People who come in to watch that video are going to say, thanks for that information.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually a good point too, though, that people aren't comparing your videos to the best. Like, what are they comparing it to? What they think you can do, where they think you are in your journey, and not faulting people for saying nice things. That's not totally wrong. I mean, I think that is a thing where it's all relative, right?
Yes, I think we are realistic things, though.
Yeah, I think we put the pressure often like, oh, it doesn't look like I'm kidding. I'm garbage, or I'm disappointed.
I don't think I wish I could have an example, but it's just like it's hard to explain exactly what I'm trying to.
I mean, I get the gist. You're talking about people talking about your video, though. Are you talking about people talking about their own video?
And their videos out there, it's just like when you see a comment sometimes, I just think that it's a reach instead of, I don't know. I guess maybe it's not important.
It's complicated because I agree with Brian here. Like, if you really were to dissect your video, I can see where your camera presence is not polished yet. It's a new video. You're not comfortable. I get all that. Your lighting. I get that. But I also agree with Brian that there are parts of it that is very good. So
maybe Brian's right here. Maybe I'm just like, maybe I have a hard time. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me. I have a hard time probably it being overly nice compliments, maybe.
Or they are latching on to things that they saw that they really liked and respected, and they're honing in on that. And you are tendency to look at the whole thing, maybe, or maybe you are holding on to the negative part of the video and not giving it on. You're not honoring the good parts, and so you've chosen to go negative when you could have also gone positive. I think what you did at the beginning is very positive, for example. Huh?
I'm not going negative or positive. Listen, here's the fact. YouTube will tell you if your video is good most of the time. So it's like, it's either going to perform well or it's not going to make sense to anybody. And no one's going to watch it.
It's complicated, though, because it's predicated on so many things.
Okay, but look at half of my videos, at least half of them have over 1,000 views each, right? So it's like, so at that point of my regular videos, and some of them are crappy, dude. I got that JBL video. It doesn't give you any information. It's just a guy excited about how good those.
But I'm confused. If we're talking about analytics, when we talk about views, that's that video being discovered. To me, there's so many points of the journey for someone to find the video that has nothing to do with the content at that point. Now, if they've started watching the video, which is a view, and they trail off in 10 seconds, we can have another discussion about the content not holding people in a comparative way.
Yeah, but you know what? It's like, if what's it matter to you if you get 10,000 views and they're watching 30% of your 10-minute video? That's 3 minutes clip.
Right now, I'd take it. I mean, I guess it just depends. Yeah. What?
Anyone would take that. That's like, it's
well,
not.
I'm just saying, if I look, if I had only 30 people watching my next video and they only stay for a short period of time, it may not be what my ultimate goal is, but I am not at all going to get lost in going that it's shit and not be able to say it. Someone say it's, I think there are a lot of videos who aren't getting watch time or things they want, and it's just for a variety of reasons. I think it's complicated, and I don't think, I think they're mutually exclusive. I think the world of people, especially people we know, giving us support and picking out the nice things in our video are totally separate from what our videos are actually doing and what the other people we don't know say or do not say. I don't think they are really great comparisons to me. And because if I know somebody, I know there's going to be inherent bias there one way or the other, because they either don't like me, so they may go, or they may like me and they go, I want to pick out the good stuff and support them, even if it wasn't my cup of tea.
I understand everything you're saying.
Okay.
I do. But I think I'm harder on myself. And like Brian said about everything about my own. And here's the thing. When I read a comment, I don't want to feel like it's my mom leaving the message.
I think my only thing to that is I don't think people are great. I don't think people are comfortable communicators in this world, because I think they're definitely afraid that they're going to say something wrong to somebody, especially people who do this. And again, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have to look at the spirit and the intent of the people and who they're coming from. If they're people who know us, support you, they're going to be biased and they're going to try to drop a more mom-like comment because they want to be a part of your success. They don't want to be a part. So I can't fault people for that. I just can't. If they're going to do that, I understand where they're coming from. And other creators are going to come from a point of maybe they're really insecure, and you know, so they're going to go overboard. It's really tough. And he's right. I think my trailer is not bad at all. And I know it has low views, but
the video was a high quality video. I'm not saying that's not like,
and it's not, I know it's not the same type of video. It's not a Discover video.
If one of my videos was that quality all the way through, right, engaging as much as your trailer was in whatever minute, right, a couple minutes, then I would say that's a good video, you know. But the thing is, I just
it's complicated here because the truth is you don't hold on to that. You're not. It's funny because you don't hold on to. Yeah, my video was bad. You don't really care. You're over it. Or I'm not getting the views. I'm okay with it. You're more concerned about somebody pumping a comment you think is not worthy of for the video. You need therapy. In a loving way, I say this because I just think you have to detach that. They are not lined up as the same things. And really what is important is not whether someone comes in with a mommy love over the top on a not so great video or you suck, John. What is important is what the hell do you think of that video? At the end of the day,
I think that's what the problem is, probably.
Maybe. Because at the end of the day, you have to be okay to say whether it's good or bad or over the top, good.
See the last video I just did when I'm telling people like some kind of information that I think is cool that they'll use and stuff. And I'm reading Cashew's comments here, and they definitely all make sense.
Well, these are Cashew's got some deeply introspective experience in this somehow.
Yes.
So
and she's right with all this.
Oh, they're dead on. I mean, it's like kind of the scary sage kind of shit.
I think it's me just looking at myself, and then I see something that I try, and you know what? And I probably am just too hard on myself, and I'm like freaking new, right? I'm just hitting a year coming in, and it's just like I think that some of the things that I try to do do not come. Good night, Mom. And it's like don't come across really the greatest. And then some other videos I'm pretty happy with. So I think I just got to get to more of the videos that I'm happy with, you know, because
this sounds like a John frustration of John and I think what happens is when someone gives you an over nice compliment on something you're not happy with, it triggers you because you feel you didn't deserve that. And you're almost annoyed by somebody to point that out.
I think that's it.
Yeah. And I get that. And
I guess I don't comprehend the compliment because I'm like, how could they feel this way? And I feel like it's almost like, are you throwing like, you know, is this not real? Like,
yeah, yeah, and yet it is real to them. And so when you get past that and realize the spirit of the intent is pure, really, it is. I would say 99% of the time it is. This really always comes down to us. If we can't take that compliment, whether it's over the top or average or about, you know, effervescent, whatever.
When people insult me, I have an easier way.
I think that speaks volumes to the problem here.
Yeah. So they can insult me and it rolls off my back. But if I get a compliment,
because you're your own worst critic.
Yeah. So
but you're not your own worst complimenter.
Wait, see, this is why I love when people like this stop in. Mint Green is here. Read Mint Green's.
I pretty much want to delete all my videos, but if you're feeling critical of yourself, it's a good sign. Thinking that your videos suck is good because it makes you strive to suck less. I wrap that up into a whole nugget of honest truth. If you've
watched any of Todd's videos, okay, then you know
it's not sucking.
No, but you know that he doesn't talk like garbage. He's for real. Like he's gonna say it like it is.
Yeah, it's on point.
Like it is.
Yeah.
See, this is relatable to me.
It is, but not everybody's going to have that sort of. You can't expect everybody to have that. If you start, you know, limiting your friends to that, or your chat, for example, to that, it's going to be very deserty in here.
This is what I need is Todd has to come in and compliment or say something about my videos, and no one else really.
Oh, shut up. You know, if Tom Green walked into your little comment section, you'd be like, Tom, what do you want? So, what did Tom write? What did Tom write? I bet you don't say, oh, Tom, you just blowing smoke up my butt.
Tom Green or Tom Buck?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom Buck. Did I say Tom Green? Shit, sorry.
You know what it is? It's like what he says here is pretty much how I feel. So it's just, I guess
it's true.
It really comes down to me, and Cashew said it, you know, a lot of good things.
This doesn't address the problem we've been talking about, and that is you being a little bit almost antagonistic to somebody who would outlay a very effusive compliment to a video you don't think was good. So you measure that and say, I don't think it was good. So you must think like me, or I don't respect you. Maybe it is because you don't respect them. So then you go, oh, now you're just saying stuff, but I know it wasn't a good enough video. This to me is like you're using these people as an avatar to have a conversation with yourself about what you think of your own video. That makes any sense.
Too late to think about that.
It's a very kind of inceptional thing. Yeah, I can't believe we had to. But it was a fun comment. It was a good comment.
I think it has to do with the insight, you know, because really, until I told you the sentence of, if people insult me, I let that roll off my back a lot easier than if I get a compliment.
But there's a reason why, and I think that it is intrinsically internal with you, and that is you are a perfectionist. You are your own worst critic.
I'm not a perfectionist.
Okay, you hold yourself to a high standard. You hold what you do to a high standard. That won't keep you from getting it done as a perfectionist would.
I don't know if it's a high standard or it's just like it has to be acceptable in my head. There has to be like just less.
Right, but you can't think for other people. That's like art. You can't say to somebody
videos that I think are decent. Like
I understand that, but there are people who will look at the Mona Lisa and go, "That's just shit. A 3-year-old could do it."
Yeah,
and there are people who weep at it.
That's true. They go,
you know, it's too subjective. You start getting into the minds of everybody, it's going to be a nightmare for you, I think.
So what's he saying here? So this is like some things here, like, so he says that there are people cranking out videos every day thinking they're good, really good at what they do. Those are people that are not getting better. You know, I see those people. I do see those people. There
are people who crank them out every week. And my whole thing was, I can do my setups fast, or I could do them to quality. And we know there's always a line between taking it too far, like everything else, going too fast, going too slow for excuses, blah, blah, blah.
See, I know, people are not going to understand this. And I think people are going to be insulted if they watch this, because it's like,
I think we're clearing it. We're clearing up the problem. I think it's clear. You've admitted that in the end of the day, it's really not about them. This is about the way that you receive the message. You know,
it's hard for me to think that someone thinks that some of these things that they're saying is
why, but that's you. I think it's hard for me to think that somebody else would think it's all about you. It has nothing to do with them, right?
It's true. And I just yeah, I don't know. I guess it has everything to do with me. Yeah, I'm sure.
As my issues have to do with me, because I know in my head the problems, like examples, and so that's why we talk about this stuff, because it's going on with everybody. Todd knows. He goes, I can relate. I want the comments, but the compliments sometimes make me feel guilty because I know I could do better. So there's a difference there where you get almost annoyed, and Todd takes them as almost a guilt, like he stole something. I agree. The whole psychology of this is super interesting.
Yeah. So he can like, see, I'm on the line of him a little bit psychology wise, because I think he's new. I don't know how much, I don't know how much like, how much Todd knows about cameras and lighting, but I remember watching some of his videos early on, and I'm like, man, that lighting is off. Oh, this could look a lot better in Todd's videos.
Yeah.
Okay. Mint green.
Right.
I was like, man, when he starts getting better. And then I would watch like a video that he would put this like video together, and it was like so good. I think it was the AGP 120 that he did. Okay. The the AGP, what brand is that? I have the mic sitting right up here. AKG.
Okay. I'm like AGDP. I don't even know what AKG.
Like sleepy, but anyway.
Well, I don't know why. It's 4 hours into this.
He did that video, and he did a really good video on that one. It was pretty funny and everything. And then I was like, but his audio always sounds so good. So it doesn't really matter, because he's like an audio, that's his thing. So then I remember him coming in here a few weeks ago and saying that he wants to get better. Yeah, the AKG P120. I have it sitting right up there. So it's like, I remember him saying, I want to get better with my camera and my lighting and things. And so he wants to get better at those things. And so I guess maybe since we're all new, we're our own worst enemy and we pick on ourselves. And it's hard. I guess it's hard for me to think.
You tearing apart an intentional positive comment about your video is not kind to yourself. It is a little self-destructive. But
I don't look at it and it tear me apart. I just don't know if
you don't look at it that way, but you create a negative source of energy where you found a problem where there was none. So you took a positive source of energy and you filtered it and you made a negative
energy. And when it comes in, I'm not totally sure I trust what the person is saying. I don't turn it around and turn it into negative energy to me.
It's already turned into negative energy if you don't take it as it was. So if you twist that energy and it went from what the intent was and what you could have received it as and just let it go, that was the flow of that energy. And the minute you cut that off, you create a negative energy by cutting off positive energies. You had energy there. Yeah. And even if by omission, it's now negative, and it's not intentional, but it's just, there's a defense mechanism that's going on there, probably because of trust. But at some point, how do we walk that back? All of us to say,
I have to, when you start hearing it more from other people, I guess it's like, I think it is trust, because here it is, like growing up since I've been a kid, I don't put anything in anybody else's hands.
Let me put it this way, though, the trust factor, it doesn't matter, right? So whatever their intent was, they give you a really nice comment on a video you don't think deserves that kind of comment. So you're like, well, so what is the harm of just letting that roll off and going, thanks?
I do, but I'm unsure of whether or not.
But it's kind of annoyed you. Like the conversation I'm hearing tonight seems a little annoyed.
It doesn't annoy me. It doesn't annoy me. I just think it's like, I think sometimes it's just my friends being nice to me and not being like really truthful.
Let me tell you, I'm playing therapist tonight in case anybody didn't know. Let's just say that's true. So what?
So Mikey says that.
The spirit of that person to say, I'm going to say something nice when because I want to give my friend support here and hold them up. that is a very lovely, that's a very lovely thing to do to a friend, I think, to support them.
It is, you know, it is.
When we look at the intent, and I want to address with Mikey too.
Yeah. I mean, did you see the next thing that he put up?
Yeah, I'm going to look at it.
Jesus.
I just want to say, he said, I just did my first stream and it was absolutely positively hideous. It was very destructive in my mind because I know I can do much better. And you know what, Mikey?
And you will.
You will. And here's the thing. You did it. Okay. You did that first stream. And I have this whole thing I talk about people when it comes to anxiety. It had nothing to do with the shoes or how many miles I run. If I tied my shoes and put them on, that's the win. It doesn't matter if I run a block or I run a marathon.
Right.
And so you put your shoes on tonight. Everything else doesn't matter after that. You won this. And that's the way it is every time with any of this stuff. You won when you played. And you needed to do that because I have to get over my nervousness of appearing on camera. I'm petrified when the red light goes on. Well, then you're like the rest of us. And you can look at John and I and say, well, we're not petrified. I mean, we're not. We do a lot of preparation, but we've also done a lot of repetition. We've also had some advantage. I have an advantage in being a musician for nearly 30 years. I don't care. Like none of this bothers me.
I've done public speaking.
Exactly. So a lot of us have different flow. You should not worry about that. But what you're feeling is so normal. And so feel good that these are normal feelings.
Yeah.
And you just took the step to work through that.
Yeah, you're crushing.
You're crushing. So you'll do a second one and don't put any expectations. That's my biggest thing about this. Or if you have anxiety, you want to run and help yourself, don't put the expectation. The expectations are the problem. Just do. So do another live, keep it short, but the fact that you do it and you got through it will be, you will glean something from that. And then we'll go through the cycle and keep coming back here and let's have talks. And if there's anything we can do to obviously help, move you through that, but you're doing it already on your own. You can, we see it.
Like right now, Mikey comes in. Can you please put that one up above? It's like when someone comes in and says this, I need to do that stream. Believe me, I'm not blaming. John's stream last Thursday convinced me to go live. I mean, that's like the world to me, dude. Like that's the world to me.
Yeah.
Like those, and you know how much that hits me hard because you could tell in my voice. Like it's like him saying that, and this is like the 10th person that's come to me and said things like this to me.
Well, and people kind of make fun of us because we end up with 4 hours on our streams. But the reason we do is we usually end up later in the streams having these kind of conversations, which I think is integral to the equation of this whole thing is anything, right? Is how we deal with ourselves, how we take on compliments, and how we deal with what Mikey is going through right now. I want to jump on Cashew saying if someone were capable of accurately assessing John's utilization of the tools and the talent he employed to create the end product and could compliment on successfully incorporating them, he would find their compliment to be credible. But what is the difference is appreciating the end product without the understanding. It's all about context in a way. I mean, it's a way of saying, I have no context about what you did, what you knew, the struggles you put into the video, what you think is not good about it. I only have the information I have as a viewer.
Right.
And we can't, I don't want to say punish them, but we can't think less of them because that is all they have, and all they have to offer is they have to make a decision. You know, maybe they didn't like the video, but you know what? If they support, that's almost better. And I mean, not better, but it's almost like, wow, that is a beautiful thing because you did it. It doesn't matter. In the end, you are going to decide whether your video is good or bad and what you want to go from there. It doesn't matter what they're saying, right? So I get that.
I think it's just, listen, here's the thing. I am confident and I know what I do well. I know my strong points. I know certain things that I can improve on, and I know I'm not where I'm at. And here's the thing. Here's the thing that it's crazy. You and I are 3 and 4 months into streaming, or 4 and 5 months, whatever it is. And we're at like this level here. And it looks like someone that's been doing it for 2 years. You know what I mean? So it's like,
it's just an odd thing. There's no straight line thing for anybody. Some people, for whatever reason, will get there quicker, but anybody can get there. They're just going to take their path. And I think I tend to start looking at other people and using that as a gauge, which is a mistake. And maybe Mikey is too. Obviously his expectation.
Cashew.
Well, first of all, Brian's right. You suck.
But Brian, Mikey, and Mint Green have saved the end of the stream because it's, first of all, it's nice to have people that can relate to what I'm saying to an extent, and then also have a lot of intelligent feedback.
Well, this is deep stuff, and this is stuff by people who I can feel.
Brian, I can with some humor.
Well, and we need that, and I love Brian for that. But I can feel the sting of pain in these comments from everybody. Yeah, these are people who've experienced some scars, and you can see it in the words. It's not, I see it.
Well, here's the thing. What did I tell you when I first met you? Is that I never pushed myself to the hardest that I ever feel like I ever should have in my life.
Follow through factor.
My follow through factor has been low. I have great capabilities, I believe, and all through my life, people have seen these great capabilities, and I've never utilized them and pushed through and to get this great success that everybody feels that thinks that I'm capable of. So here I am. I'm freaking 50 years old. When am I going to do this?
Now you're doing it now, and you're going to continue to do it, and it's going to take on it. It's like it's going to take on its journey. But I want to swing back to Mikey here and just kind of dig into this. No, it's okay.
Well, can I just say, Mikey, you don't know how big those couple sentences that you said to me before means to me. And I thank you for saying that and letting me know. And having this conversation and you coming back at this time was meant to be, because those kinds of things get me through a week sometimes.
You know what I mean? Absolutely.
So thank you. I appreciate that. Very much.
Mikey, let's just take this. That kind of bugs me, because I produced a live stream for a year, and I know my preparation should have been better. Right. So, someone who lives with anxiety and fear. Anxiety is resentment of the past and fear of the future, and that's where anxiety lives. And it's a really difficult thing, and it can wear you out. And I see that with this comment where it's like, I know you. Okay, so and I know a lot of things too. I could have prepared last week better, and I didn't, or got my video done. I hear you, but we have to still just note it. I mean, it's cool, and maybe tomorrow it'll calm down. You won't be so bugged. I don't know. Everybody handles it differently. My feeling is that the win here is you did it, and you understand what you didn't like about it. You have all the pieces now to keep moving in a positive direction because of that. And so you are closer today to winning this than you ever were. And you clearly know you have it. It's just, it was tough night in your mind, and you don't see the wins because you had expectations of what that win looked like. But I'm here to tell you, John's here to tell you, as everybody else, you won, and you just got to give yourself a breath.
I was walking through the mall, I believe it was, with my wife, and I was like, man, it's been 3 months that I said that I was going to start streaming, and I still haven't started streaming, and I want to start streaming. And this was like late last year. I was like early in the beginning of the year. I was like, I want to start streaming like around January, and I kept on putting it off. And then I said to her, like, I got to just do this. And then I did it. And that's the thing. Like, you might not be ready. There's so many things that come into our lives. We just talked about all the things that are going on in our lives that is so crazy and busy. But then you got that win of just starting, and then it just getting a little better. And that's the thing. Like, don't get me wrong. I try to do a little bit better each time I do a video, and things are acceptable in certain realms. I just know that they could be better.
And the problem is, we often think that getting better is a straight line, and that it's really measurable all the time, and it's really difficult. So we get impatient, and there are many factors, and some of them we dipped into. And Todd says, deep stuff. If you're overly confident, no one sees you as great as you do. True. And if you're critical of yourself, no one sees the flaws, and they have their obvious. Stay in the middle. I think that is what I love about certain people. It could be Tom Buck, others. Staying in the middle. It's okay to say, yeah, I feel pretty good about this. But you got to take compliments, and then you have to be okay, also with taking criticism. That's a whole masterclass. And it's difficult because it's not something that's going to come overnight, which I think is why this feels nice tonight to have this discussion, because in some way, all of us are going to walk away with a feeling about it, and hopefully it's better. It's not an easy discussion to have live. Thank you, Brian. It is real. I'm done. I like real talk. I'm sorry. And levity is good. Well, first of all, Brian's like, I have a hard time believing John doesn't follow through and stuff. John Ryan is synonymous with follow through. Now, this is something you were honest with me when I met with you. You felt like I need to, at this point, follow through on something. I'm very passionate about this. I don't want to leave this on the floor. And sometimes that can create expectations and pressures that sometimes we don't know are building up on us and can affect us. I can tell you that from experience. And Cashew says, when I need to compliment someone on their follow through, I just say, great John Ryan, man.
Stop.
No, it's a joke. Way to John Ryan that project.
Screw that up.
I'm going to use that. Man, you John Ryan the hell out of that project. That is some fun.
Here's Mikey right here, right? We got to subscribe to that.
I think I am subscribed to Mikey.
Well, I just am right now.
Okay.
Sometimes I don't find everybody in the streams, and so that was good. Perfect. There's a reason and a rhyme why we do things.
Yeah, and this is interesting because he says, hey, I've calmed down considerably since coming back. The half hour is out there. I'm not going to delete it. Good. Right. I'll just prepare for next time. And there is a pleasure. There's a pleasure, and sometimes it seems like it'll take too long, but there's a pleasure in just leaving what you feel was not happy. And then to go back and see the progress is more enjoyable than the pain of that first feeling. And so by your second, third, fourth, whatever, fifth one, and you see that progress, that pleasure, not only of seeing progress, but of going, I did it, man. I kept putting my shoes on and going running. That pleasure is going to so overwhelm any feeling that you had after your stream tonight.
All right, get back. Come back here.
Yeah, absolutely. And he says,
get in the picture. You're not even here.
Oh, no one wants to see me. I'm so ugly. No, I was going to play that game. And he says, I'll have to go back and watch the rest of the stream after the comedy portion that was at the beginning when I was doing show prep. You know what?
It was just joking around.
We've had some stuff.
This was the meat and potatoes.
You ought to see what happened last week. There's a little Easter egg for people if they want to watch John's stream from last week at the beginning. And, you know, we all make mistakes. I have left my mic on. We've all done some goofy things. And I had a breakdown with my tablet again tonight because apparently Stream Deck hates me. And, you know, that's okay. It's pretty fun. I think people got enough out of it. That's all that mattered. Like, it didn't go the way I wanted. I could be upset. Yet I feel like enough of the information got out that we don't have to take it that serious. So we're 4 hours in, which is incredible, which means, by the way, we are what? Let's do the math. This is our preparation for the 24-hour marathon. We've already done how many percentages? That's a lot. I don't know. We're getting there. He did say, I love the comfort of opening up, change nothing. That was not a critic. Oh,
thanks. You know, that's things that we talk about, right? That we want.
It is, and that's the kind of feedback. That's that type of feedback you want, because you don't. There are times where I'm like, God, I hope we're not like overselling, understanding, and pushing people in an uncomfortable zone. And so I'm glad that you feel that way, Mikey.
It's like, the thing is, like, no one tells you how hard YouTube is. No one tells you when you're going to have these feelings about insecurities, or when it's like, it just becomes so overwhelming in other things in your life. You're like, dude, I don't even have time for this. I don't fit this. And
yeah, I'll end with this. If I hear one more person sell a live streaming program by saying, you just got to go live, just push the button, I'm going to strangle them, because that is such a terrible, misleading underselling of what you really need to do this. Yes, that'll help them buy your book. That will help them buy your little live streaming program. But man, shut up.
Thanks,
because
Todd.
There is so much to learn here.
Yeah. So before anybody jets out, I just want to thank them, and thanks for everybody back and giving, you know, Sorry Sap a little bit of some insight on myself. It was helpful. And so, guys, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. You know what it is? It's me being probably hard on myself. And the thing is, I just truck through like these things in my head, and then I just make the next video.
The thing is, John, that going through that exercise and having that with you is helping us.
You know what you said though that made sense?
What's up?
Was, I got this positive energy, and then even letting 10% of it feel negative is something that I don't need to do.
Yeah, we all kind of do it at times, and we don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You deserve that. That's a lot of work to get a video up and out. I don't care if it is perfect or if it only gets 3 views. When someone is kind enough to say something nice to me about it, I don't need to turn that into a negative thing. I need to go, you know what? Thanks, man. That really feels good. And be okay with that. We do not need to be mean to ourselves in a situation where it wasn't intended. Yeah. And so to take something positive, and I say that and try to take that in myself, because I'm not perfect with that either. Mikey says, well, I tell you, producing my own comfort is much more difficult than producing. Yeah. This stuff gets real when you're the one on the other side of that camera and you're trying to make it go, and you're worried if anybody's watching or cares, and you know all the things we worry about.
Remember, guys, what you got to do is just John Ryan that project. John Ryan the hell out of your projects, and all your dreams will come true.
I've always said that. I feel like I don't know, Cashew. No, you didn't say nothing.
All your dreams will come true.
You guys are the best. Seriously, I have no idea why you guys are still here 4 hours.
Yeah, man,
it's insanity.
You know what? See, and we always do this, right? After our stream, we talk about this, in which I can't today. We already went overboard, but
we did.
The thing is, like, maybe half of the stream we're goofing around, this and that, but this last hour or so, hour and a half, is just like great stuff, and I loved it. So thank you for the great.
I did too. This was the last. I mean, we had so much fun at the beginning, and it was, but as far as my joy of what we do, this last hour and a half was actually the most fun for this. And then stream for me. So thank you guys.
Besides the great conversation here, which is all fantastic, I think Mikey's going to make my next couple of days by just saying that I helped him with going live, and that's like 5 cups of coffee all at once right there. So
it really is. These words that Cashew and all them and Brian have all said tonight, they have no idea how that affects us, but we always talk about it on our own. And let me tell you, it affects us more than you guys know. So
yep.
Again, thank you to everybody. I love you. I'm going to dump you out so I can dump out appropriately. Lala, you are a beautiful soul for hanging around. And I do seriously want to get in those systems. If nobody else, and the only person who gets anything out of it is Lala, I don't care. That will make my life. So I'm motivated just for that alone, and we will get that moving.
Once John, dump me out. I'm going to bed. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, talk to you tomorrow, brother.
All right, bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye. No, not you. I don't want you. Good night, mother. I'll talk to you, brother, tomorrow. Anyway, thank you, Lala, again. And everybody, Giga Arts and Convenient and Zan and everybody stopped in. Brian, you know, you're awesome. Mikey, you have a good night. You did great. You're crushing it. You don't know Cashew. I don't even know what to say. You're just a nugget of something that keeps giving and amazing ways. So thank you for dropping the words, but also some really good advice on the COPPA. So everybody, I want to sign out. We're going to say good night. If I can pull this off, because quite honestly, my tablet went to hell. So I'm kind of on my own here with this is what happens when you have to tab things out. It's a good example why I don't want to do that. Night, everybody. Be well.
We dance with our razor tongues and all day long. Yeah. We reset under burning sun, catching the waves, inhale, exhale, reminiscing the bygone time. After we cry, days flying by. Love on delay, push play, let it roll and take you away. Love for a day, replay. We don't care about what they say, and I go on, and you go on, No love on a holiday. No love on a holiday. No love.